All right, here we go. We just got to make sure everyone can hear everything. Okay, say something.
I like Genshin.
Oh, that's a pretty hot take. I don't know if we can handle that in here. So, okay, let's see. All right, we should be live now. Hopefully everything works for us. Let me know if you guys can hear me as well as Gotcha Gamer. And yep. Okay, looks like chat is able to hear us. Fantastic. And oh yeah, we're supposed to do a clap right now. Could you hear that?
Do the clap. No. Clap near the microphone. Oh my god, what is with your hands?
Is it picking it up?
No, let me clap. Let me tell me if you can hear the clap.
No, I can't. Oh, these mics are too good. Okay.
Wow.
Incredible. That was definitely a buzzkill right there, but
just say clap the word.
Okay. Clap.
Good. I think it will be fine.
All right. We're good. Okay, so what's the agenda for today? We've got big pyro agenda here, ready to dominate the tier list, perhaps. But perhaps we might even have the big Bloom agenda. No, I think Bloom's kind of out of favor lately. So if you guys don't know, this is Gotcha Gamer. Good buddy of mine. He's another Genshin YouTuber. I think most of you guys know who he is. I don't really need to introduce him. He's the funny looking cat on the screen. So
let's see the cat. Is it showing only to the stream?
Oh yeah, it's only showing to the stream. Yeah. You won't see it because it's like the Discord.
I'm gonna check out my cat.
Yeah, Discord fusion tech. I don't know why it's there. Like maybe you set it. I think like if you make a setting in like I don't know, like Discord Fusion Tech or something, it'll be like whatever you set it for that, and it like saves it. I have no idea where it's being saved.
Oh my god, it's the same cat I sent you.
Yes.
Yeah, I was supposed to use this cat like in one of the videos I wanted to make, like when reacting to Ananta.
Oh.
Literally the same cat.
Huh.
Did you just pick the first cat that came up like in search results?
No, I don't know. I don't know why it's there. Like I actually don't know why it's there. Discord Fusion Tech is the thing that's like used to connect to it, and for some reason that cat is set for you. So look,
amazing.
Yes, looks pretty ridiculous. Fantastic. Okay. All right. So how are we going to do this tier list? I think we got to figure out like, what the tiers are themselves. And then just like kind of like the process that we do it real quick.
What at the top does it mean new?
Oh, yes. That was just a new row. We can make it like SS, or we could do like T0, T1, or SS, SA, BC. We could add little like disclaimers for like, what does SS tier mean? Is it like broken, or is it like just Bennett, or what, right? So
but since we're kind of making just one universal tier list, like not like a tier list for a separate role, like I guess on field or off field, so in that case I would say it really doesn't matter like what the tier is called, because they're all gonna end up like in pretty much the same way. But I guess SS would be anything that's like right now super relevant, also like universal. It's basically like a solution to anything usually, or like if it's niche, then it's also like insanely strong like as a niche. I'm thinking of niche like right now as I know it's kind of stupid to say this, but like cryo kind of feels niche at the same time,
like freeze.
Powerful.
Yeah,
like freeze used to be like super like all over the place, but right now freeze is really just Escoffier and then a bunch of
yeah. Okay, so we'll just do SS. I mean, I feel like we don't even need to add like little flavor text for it, right? It's pretty
honestly, if we need to, and if it's gonna end up as a vid, like we can just add somewhere like the disclaimer, like what these tiers represent. We can just agree on this right now, but I think we don't have to like add like lots of words next to the tiers. Yeah, Bennett.
Yeah,
Bennett tier.
the Bennett tier. Speaking of which, should we just put him there already, or we feel like we?
I think we can. I think we can just wait.
We'll wait. All right.
Let's not spoil the fun because last time I rated Bennett was back in 2020.
Oh my
He
goodness.
was in B tier.
Oh my goodness. the infamous Gotcha Gamer tier list.
Who knows? Maybe he will move off a tier finally.
I know. We finally promote him. Okay. So S tier, I mean, it's just I feel like these tiers are explanatory enough, right? Yeah, we don't need to go into too much detail about what each tier does. And perhaps as we place characters in there, you know, we'll flesh it out a little bit more, right?
Yeah. I think we can just do it as we go.
Okay. All right then. So should we just start immediately with our first character then? And we may have to adjust characters as we go because like as we start placing them in tiers and filling it out, you know, it may look pretty weird for like, I don't know, like Anemo Traveler to be next to Bennett as an example. And then, you know, you'd probably have to move one of them around. So I feel like, you know, until the very end, we probably, you know, it's a work in progress. And there's going to be a content creator tier list here on the side for Gotcha Gamer and myself, and the community tier list over here on the right, where I will throw up a poll for each of you guys to vote on where you believe a character should belong. And hopefully we have some discrepancies so we can argue with chat, but if not, then I guess we're all going to get along because that's what Gotcha communities do.
Well, at least our communities. It's not how we get into drama.
Yes, our community is very wholesome, very wholesome. All right, so should we just get started then, or did you want to yap about anything else?
I think I was just thinking like about the general feeling of the meta right now. Maybe we can share some thoughts before we like start talking about the characters. Because one thing I'm still like, I realized I was living a little bit in the past, and it mostly has to do like with Dendro teams. Like we haven't been super like, you know, relevant these days, I guess.
Yes.
Like, what do you think about it? Like, in my opinion, Dendro has kind of fallen off a little bit, and especially with Stygian Onslaught, like there haven't been really many bosses. I don't even believe a single boss.
Hydrotulpa was okay for Dendro.
Yeah, I guess Hydrotulpa. Yeah, I guess Nahida was on Hydrotulpa. Yeah, that was pretty decent.
You can use Dendro against the cactus, of course, not during the hat phase, right? So it's kind of like Quick Bloom, Hyper Bloom versus the cactus. You know, you can smack its torso with it, but not necessarily the hats very well. No, I agree. So the way the meta has been going is interesting to me, in that it is very targeted metas, whether it's the Abyss, whether it's Stygian, and I mean, frankly, especially Imaginarium Theater. Hoyoverse is pigeonholing you into, okay, these teams will do fantastic, and then the rest of them, some of them are just gonna completely suck, right? And I don't know, I feel like the days of just kind of like sheet DPS being the most important thing to clear just isn't the case as much. And we also have like these crazy Abyss buffs, right? It's like 75% to Night Soul damage boost. 75% Electro damage boost isn't as big of a deal, but like, you know, 75% Night Soul damage boost certainly is. And 75% like cryo boost, or 75% boost to characters with 0 energy, right? And as we see, Stygian Onslaught is an even more egregious example of this, where deal with the mechanics which require very specific characters, or you just die, right? Or sorry, I mean, you may not die, or you just can't complete it in time. So that's just kind of the way the meta's been going. And in my opinion, pretty much like each of these, what I would call meta benchmarks is how I would describe it. Like, for example, we got Lunar Charged in version 5.8. My guesstimation is that Lunar Charged will be reasonably viable for basically a year, up until version 6.8 or so. Perhaps a bit beyond, perhaps a bit before, and you may have a couple breaks in between where Lunar Charged isn't good. But generally speaking, like, that's been the design pattern that I feel like Hoyoverse has implemented lately. So that's kind of the way I feel about the meta. It is very seasonal, so in a way, making a tier list like this now feels a little silly, but at the same time, some characters have just lasted through thick and thin, no matter what the meta is, right?
Yeah, but to be honest, the seasonality kind of came with Stygian Onslaught because previously, at least with the Abyss point of Abyss was to just sell the flavor of the month buff from the moon cycle buff or whatever it's called. And with Stygian, it's a bit different because you literally have to build like really laser focused teams for like winning against the boss, especially like on difficulty 6. It's like a different world completely.
Yeah,
you have to have them like invested usually at least C0 or 1, if even possible. But like I have seen like a couple of cases, at least from 5.7, when a couple of people who posted like videos, they were managing like to win difficulty 6 with C0 or 1 invested teams. But for the most part, I think for Imaginarium Theater, I think it's kind of still worth considering it, because at the end of the day, even if you pick 24 characters, I think it was 24 you have to pick. Usually you're picking like from one of those elements, and even then you still have to consider like some of these units are kind of matter, because I feel like they've been also increasing like the difficulty of the theater mode, like patch by patch, because I remember like one boss I almost got like stuck on it because you have to kind of like manage your units, not expend the best ones, always keep the best ones for the boss. But at the same time, at least the first few times when we played like theater mode, it felt like really irrelevant. And I know that they added the higher difficulty like after the next update or something, the current one we have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say about Imaginarium Theater, it's actually ironic. I think Abyss 12 is now the easiest endgame mode we have.
I mean, probably because in itself, you just gotta have like a couple of good teams, and usually can still work around a lot of things.
Yeah.
Whereas like in Imaginarium Theater, you gotta have like at least 24 semi-invested characters.
20 characters, yeah. Of each element.
23 technically, because you can get one from your friends list.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wait, you only need like a minimum of 20, right? And then the extra ones that you add give you like bonus stats or something?
Yeah, but they're pretty relevant, so it's worth getting those characters. Plus, they also increase your pool. And I mean, you could consider saying that if you add more trash, or I guess if you dilute the pool, a good pool, like it's in deck building, like with cards. Like if you dilute the card deck with adding more cards, you're less likely to draw the card. So it's kind of the same with theater mode when you're drafting the units.
Yeah. No. For sure. I think the big issue with like Imaginarium Theater is a lot of people literally do not have that number of characters to even complete it or to even play it, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's the biggest like stopper. Like it's not even like how good you are at the game. It's a question of how old of a player, or like how old is your account and how many times you pulled and how many days have you been playing the game. Because obviously you.
Yeah. That's why theater, to me, it's the worst endgame mode in my opinion, because it's just a crapshoot once you get in there.
Honestly, for me, it's the best mode because I have all the characters. So for me, it's always interesting to mess around. And like they've also previously like added that whole rhyme
grass.
Rhyme grass reaction. I was like super excited because I was thinking like maybe they're gonna be adding Cryo plus Dendro in Nodicry. And I thought, like, this is going to be so awesome if this is going to be true, because it, like, opens up so many different teams. But then I don't know what they're going to do. Probably just going to sell the new lunar reactions through, like, characters, and that's it.
Who knows, man? Lunar grass, okay? Yeah, lunar grass.
But yeah, basically, theater mode is a count check. Like, Abyss is, like, the most easiest way to get some extra primos if you've been like investing in the right units, I guess, because usually you still can go through most of the Abyss with like pretty relevant teams. And then Stygian is basically you're kind of screwed if you don't get like flavor of the month unit usually.
Yeah,
I mean, it's possible to beat it, and I mean, for most people difficulty 6 doesn't even matter. Do you get primo gems even at difficulty 5? No, I think you get the feather.
Yeah. You don't get it at a hang on, I'm adding a new poll. Hopefully I spelled this correct, but I'm asking the
Here, I
community
think-
what they think is the easiest endgame mode: Stygian, Abyss, or Imaginarium Theater. So we'll see what they think. They think Abyss as well. No one said Stygian. Oh, okay. We got some trolls in the chat thinking Stygian is the easy. To be fair,
It's easiest if you just do hard difficulty
Yes.
level 3 and that's it. And yeah, it's easiest.
it is. Yeah. To be
Definitely.
fair, you get most of the
primo.
rewards at 4, right? And then you can get the extra feather at 5, which is fairly optional, I think. Right? Like, what are the chances that one feather?
I hate the fact that
No?
they've put I hate the fact that because I think a lot of people are still struggling like with difficulty 5.
Yes, they
even
are.
if they're like veterans, and I hate the fact that this is such a precious resource and they put it behind difficulty 5. I hate it. It should have been like, I don't know, XP books or some bullshit. Like
I think what they should have done is they should have put the weapon cosmetics in difficulty 5, like the blue one, right?
yeah.
And then they should have put the hang on. Oh geez, how do I get my windows back? And then they should have put the shiny ones at difficulty 6, and then like a lame temporary name card thing for like if you beat it under 180 seconds. I don't know. Maybe nothing for beating it under 180 seconds, because that's just like kind of another.
They can give something because apparently Hoyo is so lazy. They're not even like designing new weapon skins, so it doesn't matter. Like you're just literally like getting a lease for the same cosmetics, because I thought I like for a moment maybe this is different because they're looking so generic, those like customized weapon skins. I thought they were different, but then I started like Googling and finally
the
found
same.
someone on Reddit also like confirming, yeah, it's just the same skins from the last update cycle.
Bro,
So like you're just literally getting the lease. You're
It's-
leasing yourself for the next month to maintain
and,
those
and it's
skins.
not a cheap lease. It's like a mortgage, man. It's like a freaking mortgage for your temporary weapon skins in Genshin Impact. It's
horrible.
absolutely fantastic. And I'm being sarcastic, by the way, about the fantastic part. But I'm sure someone's gonna be like, "Oh, I Win to Lose thinks it's fantastic." But
yeah, I think going back to the topic of like current meta, I think basically right now we have, what do we have? We have most relevant things right now are Overload with Chevy, because we have a lot of like teams with Chevy.
okay,
Obviously she's gonna be like very highly rated, but like then we have what? Freeze, and then we have Vapes and Melts basically.
don't
and then-
forget about physical.
Yeah, physical like at the bottom of the barrel basically.
Oh, jeez. All right.
But
all
like
right.
3 main archetypes, and I guess you could say Lunar Charge is probably going to be making like a comeback. Well, I mean Electro Charge as Lunar Charge basically. So from my point of view, like when I'm talking about like characters' power level, usually I'm just thinking like in what team they fit into, because most of the teams are basically going to be focused around like one character, like Chevy. Or like Freeze. I don't want to say Escoffier, but usually it's probably going to be with Escoffier, assuming that this is a Freeze team, because like, for example, Ayaka, when we talk about her, it's obvious that she got like quite heavily boosted by her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
Okay.
basically I'm just trying to like draw some kind of a common ground to understand like because again, I was thinking that Dendro is pretty powerful, but it's pretty decent right now. It's not like low investment, great team at Endgame. I mean, it's pretty decent, but it's not as it was before, like back in Sumeru or like Fontaine update cycle.
And another issue with Dendro, which I find pretty interesting, is how many times have we gotten the fat green guy in Abyss 12? Like every single
I don't
patch. Right?
Really?
He's been there all the time, right? Like that guy is there all the time. And I like him, right? He's fun to beat up. He's just an HP sponge. But
Yeah, he doesn't delay the time.
yeah, he doesn't. But at the same time, Dendro really suffers against it, right? Because that
Oh
thing.
yeah, because he has like a massive resistance against it.
Yeah,
I
he's
think.
green, so therefore, green damage does no damage to him, right? Yeah. So, okay. No, I agree. I think that teams mainly fall under kind of like the more powerful individual team archetypes, right? And characters will definitely be affected based on their performance in those archetypes. So, speaking of which, yeah, actually thinking about when you kind of frame it that way, there are a couple characters I feel like might have a couple like hot takes for because of that functionality. So, Okay, should we start placing the characters at last? We've got a lot of characters to go through, so we might be here for a while. I hope you don't mind. It's already evening for you, isn't it?
Yeah, retention-wise, like we could probably start from Natlan, but I think it maybe makes sense to just go through
Chronological.
from the beginning.
Yes. This list is already organized.
I think it's sorted this way, like from 1.0. So I think that's more like interesting.
And I even added the travelers to their respective spots in the timeline.
Should we put them at the end?
I feel like no. I feel like the travelers were introduced as characters throughout, right? So we can evaluate each one as an individual element. Because see, I put Electro Traveler here with Ayaka and friends, and so on and so forth. Not in the community tier list because I'll just have to scroll down. But we can handle that. We can.
Sorry, guys.
We can handle that. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Overwhelmingly so. Abyss is now the easiest endgame mode, and not really. It's nice. Not really for the right reason, in my opinion. Right? Like. And I say that because Imaginary Theater is difficult for the wrong reason. I feel like Stygian Onslaught is difficult for also the wrong reason, to be fair. But especially Imaginary Theater, like you build, you have to, what's the minimum level for it? Is it 60 or 70 or 80 or what? But
characters?
Yeah, you have to like level characters up to a certain level.
I think it's level 70 you have to, when you're playing the highest
70?
difficulty. I think it has to be 70.
Oh man, yeah. Like 70, level 70.
I remember because I still have that little girl with the syringe. I still have it unleveled.
Oh,
I wasn't able to use her. Sijuin, yeah. Yeah, Sijuin.
Money well.
She's still level 60 on my account.
Money well spent for pulling her. We'll say
I just remember making on her from the content creator server a video on her, and I just pulled for her one copy. And I never bothered with her.
No, oh man, I feel bad for Sijuin.
I'm biased when rating her, so I'm gonna hold off from sharing my thoughts. Potentially, she could be like SS tier. I don't know.
Oh man, we already got some spicy takes. Okay, we're gonna end the poll here, and then let's see. Okay, let's start. Let's finally start, and you can start. Yeah, we'll talk about the first character, a temporary placeholder in SS tier. Why don't you talk about Anemo Traveler while I set up the poll? So
Anemo Traveler. I literally do not know like what is the purpose of them right now in this trend meta. I guess maybe some kind of a funny EM build. I don't know, because the multipliers, as far as I remember, they're pretty useless. But the functionality of the tornado they created, I think it still has some fun applications you can do. And of course, of those people who are playing like an early game, I remember even making a guide where the tornado can like throw the enemies off the abyss. If you remember, like actually, Abyss used to have like these bounds where you can kick off enemies from them. But this is no longer relevant, of course, in 11 and 12. But yeah, I don't really have many thoughts about Anemo Traveler, honestly. Like I don't remember much about them.
They exist. Okay, so they make one of the funniest teams in the game with Mizuki. Because as you suck everyone up in Anemo Traveler's Tornado, then you chase them down with Mizuki, and it is the most hilarious low-tier team in the game, in my opinion. Personally,
it is pretty funny, but the problem is that the tornado lasts like a couple of seconds. So before you even swap to her, like, what do you have, like a couple of seconds to chase it before it's over?
Well, yeah, a few seconds, yes, and also, I think Diluc's burst might be able to chase it down too. So like the final hit, when the bird like uppercuts, I think the bird uppercut actually has a slightly higher damage multiplier. So the synergy between the two is astronomical. And you know what? Maybe they had even planned explosion. Look at this giant 408% multiplier. This is, I believe, at the end when the bird does its swoop up. And actually, I don't know if I've even tested this, or if Anemo Traveler's thing actually drags into the perfect spot for that to hit. But maybe that was like the original design intention of it. Whether it worked out in that way or not, I have no idea. But I think like Hoyoverse was thinking, okay, maybe we can have some distance-based things, and then they've realized that was such a shit mechanic. They're like, no, we are not doing this. Diluc's explosion, okay, fine. We'll leave that in the game. But other than that, yeah, she's bad. But
I think at the end of the day, basically, this is just like your worst case scenario VV Shred unit if you have to use them. That's basically it. Like,
Yeah.
and the VV Shred will have to come like from the tornado usually because the skill is absolutely terrible. Like you have to, yeah, you can. I think you can just tap it, but like holding, I guess you can slightly pull in the enemies. I don't remember. I think remember like even from
Oh
the tutorial,
yeah.
the slimes get pulled in a little bit. But besides that, I think it's just basically like you use the Anemo Traveler like as the worst budget option for VV Shred and build them with lots of ER so they can have the burst ready.
So, Anemo Traveler was occasionally used in speedrunning teams as well. I believe specifically against the Millennial Seahorse, because Anemo Traveler actually has, well, I'm not going to pull it up, but they have additional resistance shred in their, is it their constellation? Whatever. They have additional resistance shred in their constellation somewhere. And because of that, you would actually do a bit more damage against the Millennial Seahorse for lower field time with the Freedom Soren as well over Kazuha with specifically something like Risley, right? So it was a very specific setup, but it was used, right, and for speedrunning. So me personally, I also feel like, you know, like you said, they just are able to use the Viridescent Veneer. They're also able to use the Freedom Soren Peak Patrol Song. They also provide a tiny bit more resistance shred to the element, which in my opinion is a little bit underrated, but okay, it's
20%.
20%. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
20. Pretty actually decent, yeah.
It's actually pretty decent. So
60% shred, yeah.
Yeah. So I think Anemo Traveler belongs in the C tier, personally, and the community has already decided. So we'll do the communities first. You know, we don't have to argue with them too much here. But do you feel comfortable leaving them in the C tier, or do you think we should move them to the A tier or D tier?
Probably still keep it in D tier because there's gonna be. Yesterday I was like moving around the units in the tier list, and like for C tier it's probably gonna be other units. Well, I guess no. I guess in D tier you would keep like something that's entirely
useless,
non-functional. Yeah, like Xinyans. Oh, spoiler alert!
Oh no, you can't do that to my girl Xinyan. Okay, that's messed up.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I guess it's fair if she's in C tier because at the end of the day, it's still super valuable to like
VV
you cannot
Shred.
just devalue VV Shred plus like those 5-star swords. So she's like literally a walking artifact plus a C6 buff, so it's not that bad.
It's also testament to just how strong the Viridescent Veneer is, right? Like someone like Xinyan just does not have an artifact set like the Viridescent Veneer to fall back on, right?
Yeah. I think it's fair that she's in C tier. Yeah.
Okay, so we have our first disagreement with the community already. This is already a pretty spicy tier list. I will say that. Now, fortunately, I don't think many people would be willing to throw hands for Anemo Traveler, so I think we're safe for now. But maybe as we get to more tumultuous characters, we might have to fight the community a bit. So okay, next character. Actually, let's move Geo Traveler a bit further back after the Mondstadians for the Liyue characters. Yeah.
I think we meet Ningguang, so yeah, I think we.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. Because we go through Mondstadt first, and then we hit up the Liyue people. So. Okay, so I guess we can do Jean first. To me, I feel like Jean is generally a direct upgrade for Anemo Traveler. You know, her compatibility with Farina is pretty good. Oh wait,
she became way better with Farina, thanks to Farina. So she's definitely not going to be in C tier. Absolutely, she brings really good healing, like one of the best for Farina teams, I believe. Like that single. Like the most important thing for Farina teams is yes, healing is good, but like instant healing and team-wide healing, and that's something that Jean can do. Plus, obviously, she can VV Shred. What else? You can do some funny comps with Sunfire. It's still relevant. I don't know. Like she's got a very unique burst, how it works.
She can cheese some pretty difficult enemies, right? Like we are talking like still the queen of fall damage, and she's able to do like 2 instances. She's basically able to match the cooldown of fall damage ICD, because for those of you unaware, fall damage does have an internal cooldown. Enemies can't just go like bounce on the ground a bunch and then just instantly die. But there are a lot of difficult enemies where Jean can just straight up cheese, like the local legends, because fall damage is based on a percentage of the enemy's HP. So yeah. Give them 10 million HP. Jean doesn't care as long as she can suck them up and slam them down. So yeah, I think A tier with a combination of full party healing plus Viridescent Veneer Shred plus the occasional fall damage cheese puts her in the A rank, because also she works with literally, debatably the best character in the game, Furina, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I probably keep her like in B plus, maybe
Okay.
A minus. Yeah, I'm not sure if she's like that super, because if you take away Furina, she's not really used in any other teams, I guess. Or like
And
relevant teams.
and to be
And
fair,
there's like so many ways to like replace Jean as a
there
healer.
is.
Like yes, she brings, like obviously the better option would be Xinyan, obviously. Like
Yeah.
usually like Xinyan literally like outmatches her. So and Xinyan is also like not someone that I don't know. Well, I don't want to talk about them yet.
Okay.
Basically, I think for Jean, I would agree that she would be an A tier, but like considering that there's so many other healers in the game, maybe for now keep her in B. Maybe you can revisit this.
Fair enough. I think as we populate the tier list, like maybe it'll look weird when she's next to characters like, like
I think we can just take a look, one last look, and just make like a revision, like go through it again, and just
yeah.
make revisions.
Okay.
Like at the end.
She can stay in B tier. I don't feel too strongly. I mean, yeah, we're gonna see what characters are in the A tier, and it may feel weird to see G next to them. So, okay. And actually, I'm gonna scoot these travelers down because we're not gonna rank pre-statue of the 7 travelers where they have no element. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So next character, we can get through some of these characters pretty quickly. So if you want to talk about, I guess, Lisa, while I add her here.
Lisa, I think the funniest thing I remember about Lisa is the Xinyan plunge team for aggravate. That's the only thing I remember about Lisa when I was having fun with Xinyan. But Lisa by herself, to this day, like, I just don't feel like her hold E is just that natural. Because there's like some kind of way to tell that when you can trigger that explosion or whatever it's called, like full blast. And for me, I think the best thing about her is actually not the skill, because it just takes so long. Maybe it's 1-2 seconds, but like when there's so many enemies attacking you, and if you don't have a shield, it's a bit harder, because I don't think she even gains a lot of, even any resistance to interruption.
Okay,
But
yeah.
the burst is actually pretty good, because I believe the burst shreds defense, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's like 15%, something like that, which is pretty decent. And okay, I think Lisa would actually be okay if not for just one thing. And that is her ridiculously atrocious energy management. Because like you said, how does she get energy? Well, she has to use that hold E. And that hold E is literally, I would argue or debate, as the single worst ability in the entire game. I can only think of a couple things that are worse than it, or potential. Yeah, potential for being as bad at it as it. Like, for example, Aloy's elemental skill is absolutely atrocious, because the enemies have to hit the mines for her to get her cryo infusion, right? Lisa is up there with one of the worst elemental skills in the game, because you have to do that for particles. And not only does she take like 2 to 3 seconds to execute that, like you said, that's the only way she can generate energy. And she has an insane 80 energy cost burst. You don't typically use her on double Electro teams if you wanted to use her at all. So because of that, she can't even run things like the Thrilling Tales, where she would actually be decent with the Thrilling Tales, Defense Shred, regular Electro application. Or, for example, alternatively, she could run max EM for even more damage Hyper Blooms over Kuki with higher tick rate, I believe. But the issue is her energy cost. You don't run 2 Electros with Kuki Shinobu. You don't run 2 Electros with Lisa in those teams. And because of that, she can never get her burst up. And that one thing just absolutely kills her for me. I mean, I think she belongs in the D tier just because of that.
I think it's also a good time we discuss quickly, like when we rate the 4 stars, what is the assumption of their constellation level?
Right.
Because I am assuming we're gonna be talking about at least the most viable constellation level they're performing at. Usually that would be the assumption. So for example, like let's say, what was it? I don't remember now. Check.
Okay. Something like this?
Okay, so for example, let's say Layla. I think most of the time, people when they talk about Layla, they assume that she's C4 because let me check her level. Her on my account, C4. Right, C4, which will be boosting normal and charged attack damage. So something that she brings besides shielding. Obviously, she can use a sword and whatever. And apply a cryo. But like for Lisa, I think her viable constellation level is C6 because the way her hold E works, I believe you have to also like apply some kind of like stacks on enemies. And only at C6 when you switch to her, she applies like immediately all 3 stacks. So that's when she can. But these days, the damage she can output,
it's
like,
negligible.
I checked the multipliers. It's almost 1,000%.
Ooh, right?
But these days, 1,000% really barely matters because even if we assume this is aggravated damage, like it's still not going to be a lot, and it's still not going to be using her just for the sake of like using her as a damage dealer. Like, and this is not even off-field damage. She still has to be on-field to do this.
Yeah,
and it still takes like a couple of seconds to set it up. So, I would say probably Lisa right now will be in D tier, but I am interested to know like how will she shape up in Nordicrai, because Lunar Charge is probably going to be getting more and more units.
Yeah, but Lisa's not even good for Lunar Charge because if you no, because like Lunar Charge ignores defense, which is the only multiplier she's valuable for, right? And on top of that, her damage sucks, so she can't even like do a lot of add a lot of damage for Lunar Charged. I mean, her EM is good, but
I just remember that it used to be that sometimes people and maybe even myself would build like full EM Lisa like for Overload. So I'm not sure like if that's going to be relevant.
Hyper Bloom.
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, since Lunar Charge doesn't really care about defense, so the burst becomes kind of relevant. So
another nail in her coffin.
I mean, she's SS for climbing animation.
Climbing noise voice line specifically. Yeah.
I remember one of my first videos on Genshin. I made that like short segment where she's climbing and like making those noises, and it literally showed like it was the most viewed part.
Oh yeah. That you can see that little spike in the retention graph. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Wait, we've done 3 characters, right?
I think we need to speed it up.
We gotta speed it up. It's been 40 minutes. Okay. So let's do Noelle next. I'll set up the poll.
Noelle, I think she's kind of like on the same gonna be power level as Ito nowadays. And with Noelle, she did receive a couple of like nice facelifts with like Farina, Geo teams. So I don't think that she's like the worst, but at the same time, I wouldn't rate her too highly.
Yeah. So this is
fine.
This is one of those situations where it's going to be weird to see some things. And for example, like just talking about her tier placement, if we put her next to Jean, I feel like Jean is noticeably better. But if we put her down here, actually, I feel like she's about as good as Anemo Traveler, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. 4-star DPS characters these days, almost none of them feel very good. Gaming is good, but very few people use him for good reason, because he's very clunky. You want really high artifact investment rates, and he's very awkward to play. Noelle, she's also kind of awkward to play because she has old character syndrome. Like when you're so old at this game, where alt swapping doesn't even work half the time, and things are just weird. Like when you play her, you'll notice.
I believe she's also one of the units who doesn't generate particles.
She does, yes. No, she has energy issues too. But with that being said, like you said, Furina plus a Xianyuan, she's a pretty decent plunge spammer. She's decent with Furina, like you said, because she can drive Furina. But I just don't think Noelle can like keep up with content like Stygian Onslaught or even Abyss 12 these days. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really seen people use her much.
Probably not, because usually if you play her in any of the teams, they're not reaction based, and most of the Stygian bosses require some kind of reaction to work around. So, like, literally, right now, which boss she could be good at, like, it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, I think she's like a C tier right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's low C tier. Personally, I would even consider putting her in D tier because, like, C tier kind of implies, oh, you know, maybe you can build these characters for their niche. I don't know. I just feel like it's just not worth investing into Noelle if you have her on your account, except for like as a warm body for Imaginarium Theater. So besides that, you know, I just couldn't recommend anyone to build her for pretty much any reason, frankly.
I mean, she's a healer. She works with Furina teams, and she's still like kind of relevant, so it's not like really detailed.
Okay. Let's move on to the next character. We have Amber. So
I think the only team right now that I can recall that she is good at, but the knowledge is so like ancient, would be the double pyro team for Hu Tao when she's using the what's the bow called? I forgot.
Elegy.
Yeah, Elegy bow. That's the only time, like, I remember her being kind of carving out her own niche. I think it's like Hu Tao, Amber, Sucrose, and Xingqiu. It's like the team that she kind of works in, because she can give pretty decent boosts for Hu Tao, and also because Hu Tao cannot really properly apply pyro herself for the VV shred to work.
Yeah. And then
but she's still kind of D-tier in my opinion.
There's always that one guy that clears Abyss 12 with Amber, and I really want to give kudos to that guy. I don't remember his name, but he definitely deserves some mad props for clearing every Abyss with Amber. So a fantastic player, but terrible character. Personally, I do think she's worse than Lisa. But yeah, back in the day, Wales would occasionally use her for speedrunning. I believe it was for, man, I barely even remember, but yes, the Hu Tao thing was for sure. Were there some vape setups with her? I think there were, but you know what? My memory's failing me, so we're gonna move on.
Linger on her too much, yeah. But also, I wanted to quickly just to like clarify. I guess we could say like what are our like main points of like rating the unit, because I just wrote down like ease of use. Like one of the things that I really consider important would be ease of use. How because as you said, like Amber can be used to clear something, but come on, like, regular players will not just do that. And then there's the relevancy, I guess, and relevancy by that I mean like what is the favorable right now there, like use case for endgame modes, like for example Stygian, personal damage contribution, personal investment level, like how well is the personal investment versus like vertical investment, you know, like just to get the character up and running versus like how do they perform better like when you fully invest into them. Like, and obviously I hate using the word invest because actually you're just gambling for their constellations and weapons, but basically like that would be one of my things that I consider when rating the character. And obviously I guess how many team comps can they fit in, and or at least are those team comps going to be strong if they fit in.
And for
team relevance, I guess.
And for Amber, she is not easy to use. She basically doesn't fit in any team comps. She doesn't scale well with investment. So on and so forth, right? So, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Let's talk about Barbara next. Barbara. Okay. Barbara. Okay.
Barbara. I'm kind of blanking on her. I think
I have some opinions on her.
Really? Because I only remember something about her with Farina maybe, and with Nilo. That's it.
Yes, and I did talk about this in my Nodcry speculation video when we learned that Llama was Dendro. But I've been talking about like a Nilo Renaissance, and if that's the case, if you don't have Kokomi, your only other option is Barbara.
The enemy.
Yeah, so for me, she's kind of like one of those characters where if a certain playstyle becomes more relevant, she's okay. And other than that, though, right, like she doesn't really have any other place in the meta. So I think it's a bit too speculative. But at the same time, like she is just a full party healer. You can use her with Farina in some situations. You can use her with a Nilo Bloom and maybe Taser too. And
she's also a TTS holder.
She also uses the TTS. Yeah. She doesn't generate particles though, does she? Does she actually?
No, and she's also one of the units who doesn't generate particles. Back in 1.0, Hoyo 1 didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah. They're like, okay, a few of these characters we just hate, so they're not going to generate particles.
But I wouldn't like to put her in D tier because
D?
I still wouldn't really want to put her in D.
Okay.
I feel like
I think she's better than Noelle.
Between D and C, yeah. Really?
Yes. I think she's better than Noelle personally. Because Noelle takes like so much like you have to build your entire team around Noelle, right? She has to do damage. She has to be on field to smack the enemy, spend lots of field time with, and she also has energy issues. Barbara can be useful without those variables, right? Like she can take a lot less field time. She can be used on, for example, Nilo Bloom teams. You don't have to just hyper buff Barbara for her to function. So to me, that's why I would personally put her above Noelle. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, in the tiers, like maybe they're not even ordered necessarily, but yeah.
No, I wouldn't consider ordering because I don't know. I don't think that ordering matters too
much, so whatever. We don't have to debate whether she's better than Noelle then. We can just move on then. Yeah, we're ready to move on?
Yep.
Okay. Up next is I find Sucrose's situation to be insane because Hoyoverse has had a vendetta against her lately. So let me start up the poll real quick. Sucrose. Okay. A tier, B tier, and we have C and D tier. Unfortunately, there's only 4 options in the poll, which makes it a little awkward because we have to like group up a lot of the tiers. So we'll see.
I would say that she's definitely at least an S tier. Like, there's just no way you could like rate her lower because she's just. And I find it really funny because I often feel like people just do not value her. Like in many videos, I just notice like in comments like, why is Sucrose so valuable? Well, because she's doing like a ton of work for your team. Like TTDS, VV Shred, like grouping sometimes, EM boosting from her own.
Massive EM boost, yeah. Massive very large, very large. Yeah.
Great for like, for those, what are they called? Vape teams. Great for, well, right now it's not super relevant, but I guess she's also great for driving taser teams, and I guess she could also be driving right now lunar charge teams. Although I would say Aoife maybe better in that case because he can heal at higher constellations to keep the like life up for the team. But regardless, like she's really, really, really universal. She's like one of the big 5 or big 4, I guess.
So
units from 1.0.
Here's what I find interesting about Sucrose. I think content creators and theory crafters always value her higher than the community. Because, I don't know, maybe it's just like a combination of when people actually use her, maybe they feel like she's not that good. I'm not fully sure. But yeah, like when it comes to her performance on paper, she's always been really good. You know, competing with Kazuha in terms of damage amplification. In some teams she's better, in other teams she's worse. But, that's already a really high bar. And she provides up to 20% bonus damage too with her Constellation 6 as well. But yeah, so I personally think Sucrose should be an S tier because also with the advent of Lunar Charged and Electro Charged, she is just an even better character now, right? Because as Hoyoverse keeps shilling Electro Charged and especially Lunar Charged, personally, I think she'll have even more relevance because, Viridis and Veneer Shred, plus the Elemental Mastery buff to the whole team. That's also a crucial part about her, is she provides that buff to the whole team. Because take, for example, a character like Nahida, she only buffs the EM of the on-field character. And, well, certain characters also like being buffed while they're off-field, like, for example, Anefa. So this is another reason why I like Sucrose a lot. And I'm sick of Hoyoverse bullying her. I mean, they literally released Mizuki, Lanyan, in proper order, Lanyan, Mizuki, and Aoife, who are all coming for her job. So my poor girl Sucrose can't catch a break, but I'm going to give her one, and we can settle on the S tier. What do you think?
Absolutely agree. She's definitely at least S tier.
Oh, at least. Wow. Okay. A community thinks she's an A tier, so we have a couple of disagreements so far. Mainly on the Anemo units. That's interesting. So far, it's been on the Anemo units.
Yeah, that's fair. If they don't like losing her, like no one's forcing it.
Yeah.
They're only losing out on like Primo Gems, that's all. For clearing easily a bit.
Okay.
I'm kidding, but like.
All right. So up next, let's talk about Fischl. And I will make a poll for Fischl. Or I guess we should just call her Amy.
Amy.
Quite the epic name. So C.
Fischl.
D tier.
Fischl to me is probably one of the best design units as 4 stars because she's just so flexible. She works in so many different teams.
Oh, geez.
Her A4 works beautifully, usually, especially back when Dendro was introduced. I don't know. I think she's also like S tier in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually split up the poll a bit because everyone was voting for the top one, so we need to see which one specifically, B tier or lower. There we go. So hopefully this isn't going to be an anti-Oz agenda with the splitting of the tiers, but yeah. Okay, so Fischl, let's see. Yeah, I mean, she's one of those a couple teams that she's okay. Did I say a couple? Many teams that she's fantastic on. One of which is Overloaded. Okay, and Overloaded, as Gotcha Gamer mentioned earlier, is just one of the better teams around. It is really good, and Fischl being a staple on those teams, fantastic. Fischl's also great for Dendro team. She's also great for Electrocharged,
Overvape,
Taser, Overvape.
Yeah,
you can just keep going, right?
Yeah, she's just like super well-rounded unit that has held off really well.
Yeah.
As the time went on, like she's just able to do everything, and not to mention she's also great like particle generator, especially when you're running like 2 electro units. So
I was just gonna say that too. Yeah.
Many TC always like assume you're running Fischl to fix your energy problems.
right. Have electro energy issues? Bring Fischl. I mean, it's like what, 1 particle every second? That's like unheard of, actually. You compare. Is that the highest particle per second generator in the game? Like outside of maybe some sacrificial shenanigans. It might be. Yeah.
Sure, maybe.
Yeah, but I guess that's not an important data point right now.
But yeah, she's just Fischl. Amy, S tier.
Easy S tier. We agree with the community. Community overwhelmingly thinks, a plurality believes she is S tier. So, now I guess I will say her Constellation 6 does help. Okay, so for people that don't have it, it can be debated. Oh, there's also a hilarious playstyle. I believe it's called the Goro machine gun style, where you have Goro as the on-field DPS character, and he has one of the, I'm not sure why people use him, but my theory is that he is one of the fastest, like perhaps bow canceling animations, either that or it's because he can also grab the Archaic Petra buff. Regardless of why people use Goro for that, it is hilarious, and it is to drive Constellation 6 Fischl, and it absolutely destroys stuff. So I want to try it one day, but that's very niche, and I'm yapping way too much about it, and I apologize because we need to move on. So next character is Mona. Okay.
Mona Lisa. Mona, I think she's pretty solid, but I wouldn't say that she could be in a S tier. She's kind of like, definitely I think she would be like someone in A tier. The Omen buff, I'm not even sure if it's like the best thing about her. Usually you take her because she's also Hydro. It's like a glue for so many teams. Now granted, her Hydro application isn't the best, but she also can wield like TTDS, Noblesse buff,
Tenacity.
and usually she's really good for front-loaded teams. Like if you want to just, and I assume like she's not going to be used for speedruns because that is not my territory to talk about. I literally do not do speedruns. That's like for whales.
It is.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm a whale, but not that kind of whale who like understands C6 meta. But for me, she's pretty decent. I really liked her when Skirk got released. She definitely felt really great with Skirk. And obviously Skirk had like many options for the 4th slot. It wasn't like she was the best one. She definitely felt pretty great. So I would say that she's kind of nice for front-loaded teams, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. The way I view Mona is she's basically an ersatz Furina, right? Like when Furina's busy or perhaps, some team comp issues, well, who do you use? You can use Mona. And yeah, as kind of a budget Furina, that's already pretty good in my book.
Yeah.
And I feel like A tier. What do you think about A tier for her? I think that's very fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's definitely worth being in an A tier.
I will say we can point out a couple of her weaknesses. One, Furina is just better. Two, she does require a pretty hefty amount of field time. Three, the Omen buff is very short unless you extend it with Freeze, which is still a bit iffy. And she also has energy issues and some pretty serious ones where unless you've got some pretty darn min-max artifacts or multiple Favonius users, it can be difficult for her to run Thrilling Tales. And that's about it, I guess. And her Hydro application doesn't last as long as many other Hydro appliers. So pretty decent number of issues, but at the same time, budget Furina is already a pretty good thing to put on your resume. So, okay.
Basically, her Hydro application is there just to make those front-loaded teams work if they're vaping like.
Yeah. Vapes or Freeze, right? Because Skirk can front load a lot of damage too. So
well, yeah, obviously for Skirk, that is a much more relevant buff.
Yeah. Okay, so I feel like everyone seems pretty happy about that. We can talk about the most trustworthy man of them all, Mr. Kaeya.
500-year-old knight.
Is he actually that old?
I think it's Kanrian. That's how you pronounce it. I think it's from Kanya.
Okay, B tier.
I don't know, but like maybe he's a descendant from Kanyans. I don't know. I know that he has something to, but I don't know. Just don't trust my opinion on the lore.
Okay, we may have to retest the polling for this, but we'll see if people end up picking the lumped tiers more. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to split up C and D tier. So if there's anything else you want to say, well, I split that tier up. So SS, S tier, A, we got B tier, C tier, and D tier for Kaeya. There we go. Okay, this tier list should, these options should probably reflect it a little bit better. I don't know. I feel like Kaeya, his consistent cryo application, he's kind of just power crept for that role by Rosaria. Right, like if you want to use a budget melt setup with Mavuika or Gaming, for example, or even Plunge Diluc, I never see anyone choose Kaeya. And I think, now correct me, chat, if I'm wrong, but I think it's because his burst does not quite last as long as Rosaria, as well as the fact that you have to literally hug the enemy. And finally, he doesn't provide that crit rate buff that Rosaria provides. So because of these factors, people tend to choose Rosaria over Kaeya for one of the better playstyles in the game, which would be forward melt Mavuika, or I guess Gaming 2. So because of that, and it's not even like, you know, my issue is he's power crept by another kind of budget 4-star character, which is why he's not like super strong. But do people use him on freeze teams? I mean, his damage isn't fantastic either. It's not negligible, but yeah, I haven't really seen many.
I think at least freeze teams not really used to be like a long time ago, but these days maybe you use him like for reverse melt, just to upkeep the cryo aura on enemy.
Oh,
the problem is that you have to like stay kind of close to the enemy.
He is decent against that secret scam automaton too. And as we keep seeing that annoying enemy show up, you know, Kaeya does have some increased relevance, as we can see. And 2.7%. Oh, this is Abyss data. So you can see the Abyss 12 usage rates, right? So I forgot to pull it off for previous characters, but we can also just, you know, now we can see it, right? We can see. You can see it. So, an uptick in usage with the advent of the annoying robot. Oh, wait, why is this from version 5.0 and above? Hang on. Well, it is the recent meta. Yeah. Should we leave it at 5.0 or do you want to see the whole thing? Like from... Because this starts at 5.0. Gotcha, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, now I can hear you. Do you think we should do this from the beginning of the data set, or do you want to see it just from 5.0 and beyond?
You mean like from literally like as early as possible the data was collected?
Yes, because we have data from 3.0 and beyond.
Jeez.
So
I mean, kind of would be interesting, I guess, but it would just show us like little bumps, and we wouldn't probably even remember.
Yeah.
Why it was relevant at the time, but we could assume that it was because of the layout of the enemies.
Yeah, we can. Okay, yeah, we'll just leave it like that then at 5.0 and beyond. That's fine.
Honestly, I think he's like a C tier unit.
Okay.
Maybe against Secret Sauce Automaton, he's like B tier. Because he's like a budget solution to quickly apply tons of like cryo quickly.
Yeah, he is. The issue with him against the secret scam automaton is that he alone, I believe, isn't really able to keep its bar down. At least when I tried him, I mean, chat can let us know. But when I tried him against the secret scam, he alone wasn't able to keep the gauge down consistently. So because of that, that's the only reason why I wouldn't like move him up for it. Because you still have to bring 2 cryos, which in a way kind of defeats the purpose. Whereas like Chongyun or Layla, who are also budget options, they alone can handle the secret sauce automaton. So, yeah. Okay. All right. So C tier for Kaeya. Chat seems pretty impatient. So let's keep going. How many characters have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're about 10% done.
92 characters left.
oh my god. Oh my god, okay. Diluc, let's go.
Diluc. I think he basically became kind of nice after Xinyan. That's my like best thing I know about him, is that he kind of became nice after Xinyan for the plunge teams. Together with like C6 Benny and Furina. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. He's pretty much just, you know, Gaming, but you need an extra character to use him with. To be fair, people use Bennett with Gaming too, so yeah. Okay, I just think he's a mediocre DPS, but you need a bunch of 5-star characters to make him work. Sitlali, right? Sitlali, Shenyun, Bennett, probably his best team right now.
I mean, his output is pretty good though. Like it's pretty good. So I wouldn't say that he's in C tier. like as a main DPS, he's probably gonna be like in terms of like if we talk about like other main DPS because there's still like 3 tiers above. I wouldn't say that he's C tier. That will probably be unfair.
It is, yeah. He can output a lot of damage. My issue is like,
Granted, he does need like premium supports to work.
yeah, he does. He does. Expensive DPS these days. People think he's B tier. I agree. I think he's B tier. I do think Jean is better than him, but you know what? That's fine. Okay, Razor. This should be easy. Razor should be easy.
Yeah, I mean, I just recently made a video about Razor with a Thundering Fury. Furry Thundering Fury.
Oh gosh, what
Furry.
happened? Hang on.
It's nothing special. I mean, I don't know if it's like other content creators. Zajev, the one who like first brought it to the light when he was like making the whole video back in Sumeru, like how basically how it works is that Razor is obviously like a physical damage dealer, but if you put him in a team with C6 Benny, who's usually not really like a requirement, but really helps a lot, and then Razor gains like Pyro Infusion. Then you put like Hydro, like Xingqiu, and then either Nahida or usually Nahida. So you get then Blooms, Overloaded, Blooms and Overloaded and Burgeons usually what's happening there. And he's pretty decent honestly against multiple enemies. Not the worst. Like I wouldn't say that he's B tier, but like in C tier definitely he's not gonna be D tier. In Thundering Furry.
Furry.
Like Furry.
You know what? I'm not gonna. I have almost no opinions on Razor because I'm not familiar with that team composition. That's like, but I mean, if Zajev thinks it's good, you know, he does his due diligence.
He's probably biased.
Okay.
But I would still say like it's. I recently like tested him. It's not the worst DPS. Like it's definitely like viable. And again, multiple enemies is better for him.
Okay.
So he can keep triggering like more damage against them. But yeah, I wouldn't say that he's D tier. It's like C tier at least. Like he can work. He can still work.
Okay. I personally think he should be in D tier, so we can mark him as something we disagree with. But
sure.
No. Oh, do you want him in D tier or do you want him in C tier?
You can put him in D tier. I'm just giving my own thoughts.
Okay.
I think he could be like because we have so many, so very little tiers.
Yeah.
If he could be in the middle, I'd be happy about it. But like if he's in D tier. I'm just gonna cry after this stream is over. That's all.
For our poor boy Razor. You got I think you're just trying to stand up for our furry characters here. So.
Well, technically, I was Razor main back in 1.0.
Dang. Okay, so he's got a soft spot for you. Look, I like Razor, but yeah, he's
Oh, he's dog shit. He's useless. But Thundering Fury is kind of funny.
Okay. So we can move on. Bennett. I mean, we know where he's going to go, but we can talk about it. So I'll let the community vote on it too.
So just put him in SS tier. Like, what's the point of even discussing this? Like, Benny is just Benny. Now, I would say maybe C1 is something that we would have to like consider because it does like ignore the healing cap. Let me check if I'm not mistaken. C1. Yeah, it lifts the HP restriction. C1.
Yeah.
And also improves the boosting, attack boosting.
Oh so, my god, dude! Look at this usage rate for a 4-star character. That is like insane. Like actually broken. Bennett. This character, man. This character. Okay. Anything we actually need to say about him? I don't think so. I mean, he's just Bennett.
Really. Come on, everyone knows it's Bennett.
Yeah.
Like, everyone knows. And he got the perfect like resolution to his story from recent like Natlan up.
He did. They did a great job with Bennett, in my opinion, in with the way he handled it. So, okay, yeah, Mr.
From best to worst, Ningguang. No, wait, not Ningguang. It's kind of the same situation for Geo Traveler, probably.
Oh yeah, Geo Traveler. Well,
but
hey,
they're a little bit.
Hang on. One thing about Bennett though is that you have finally moved him up in your tier list.
Yes, it's no longer B tier.
Oh man. Okay.
Don't worry. When we get to Qiqi.
All right.
He's gonna be up there with Bennett.
Okay. So Geo Traveler. Okay, I'm making the poll real quick. C, D. I think I'm just gonna go faster with with just the letters instead of adding the tiers. I think people have caught on by now, hopefully. Okay. Geo Traveler. Oh my gosh. I mean, talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place, this character. She does a bit of damage, and she literally gets in the way of you doing damage.
Yeah. And due to like so many constructs they make, kind of messes with with Chiori's doll as well.
Fantastic. What I'm hoping someday is we get a Geo character that just blows up the constructs. Okay, so that way they remove the constructs, and then each construct that explodes deals 2,000% damage. So Geo Traveler making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 constructs can do 14,000% damage. So that is what I'm hoping to see. But until then, the D tier is perfectly fine with me. I don't think we need to elaborate much more on that. All right. So Ningguang. Ningguang is next. Oh man, Geo is just in a rough spot actually, if you really think about it.
She's just held back by her terrible multipliers. Like that's the main problem with her. Like she's just not that good of a damage. Like however you approach it, like she's just didn't hold up that well.
Yeah. I think she was probably like originally supposed to be a 5-star, but good thing they made her a 4-star, and we all saved money because of that. So thank you, Hoyoverse, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I personally would even argue that Geo Traveler's better than her, but you know.
Honestly, yeah, Geo Traveler is definitely better than her because they do offer like that 10% crit chance increase, which I remember when I was like utilizing back when my units were all kind of dog shit.
I think they were being ambitious with Ningguang with her ability to block projectiles. I think they thought that maybe they can make something like that actually provide value, but they failed to do so, and they're like, screw this mechanic. We're not going to add that type of interesting battle mechanics where, you know, you can use like defensive abilities to physically impair your enemies to survive. Nope. So Ningguang's role as a projectile blocker, which I think most people forget that she can do that, right? Do you remember that?
Don't even know that, honestly. I never considered that.
Yeah, her screen, I'm pretty sure can block certain projectiles. And what's funny is I bet a lot of modern projectiles, like they just forgot that it existed and they might just go through it. So who knows? Okay.
Maybe she's going to be good for UGC. I don't know.
Oh, dude, that's sick. That's a great idea. Fantastic. Okay, so.
Okay, Beidou.
Beidou.
The pirate.
Yar har har. Okay, we got Beidou.
Honestly, I would really love to rate Beidou high, but I don't know. He's kind of held back by a couple of things. First of all, you got to build her with like a ton of ER. And the problem with her, if you build her with a ton of ER, her damage falls off. And then the other problem is that the lightning that jumps between enemies, she's only good against 2+ enemies with the burst.
And we got good old Stygian now.
Yeah, and again, Stygian, because they're like, I don't think there are multiple bosses yet, right? No.
No, only
irrelevant. No.
The Hydro Tulpa had multiple targets, I believe, and that, yeah, obviously it's not going to be good for Beidou because you want to instantly kill those things, not bounce between them.
Like she definitely used to be great in Taser because Taser by default is a team you would use against multiple enemies, but because we have like so many new electro units that came out, Anemo, even like Hydro, so I don't know, I would put her like right now because we don't have like ordering, but in C tier, maybe C+ right now, because she doesn't just feel that great.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of personally still like using her, but again, because of Stygian, she's kind of fallen off pretty hard.
Yeah.
And the other problem with Stygian is that you start with 0 energy, so it's even worse.
Oh god, I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. Yeah. No, Beidou absolutely struggles in so much important content. One issue is like Fischl, for example, is single target, but yet she feels about as good as Beidou does in multi-target too. So almost defeating Beidou's purpose for existence. But I like Beidou. I think she has a really cool character design concept. And
I think, yeah, I think the only one thing I would like to mention about Beidou is that she definitely does hold up pretty well in theater mode, because you can definitely like use her in most like
Yep.
90% of the stages. Like maybe against bosses, usually you won't use her, but like you're always happy drafting her like in theater mode if you get her.
I think Beidou, they should have just made the ability for, if there's only one enemy, for it to bounce between you and the enemy. That would have been
Those what if scenarios, you know, they could have done a lot of
yeah, you're right. We can't dwell on that, but that was such a missed opportunity by them. Like even then, but oh well, alas. This is actually really close for the community between B and C tier. And yeah, my issue with her, kind of the energy issues and all that stuff, just add up to making her a C tier character. Because yeah, so okay.
I'm thinking that maybe next time when we look at it, Lunar Charged, maybe she will be better once Nautica arrives. But
Maybe.
for now, I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. I still feel like you just rather use Fischl for that, right? But yeah. Okay, so we can end Beidou. Let's go to Keqing next. Keqing.
Well, first of all, the first team she was good at before Sumeru was Overload, then Aggravate became a thing. And now I wouldn't consider her to be that super good. She's just kind of like there. Because first of all, also Dendrocoms have fallen off as well due to like stupid HP sponges getting bigger and bigger with each update.
And green HP sponges.
Yeah, so I don't know. I would also like put her in D tier. Definitely not D tier because, you know, it's not like she's unusable.
Yeah. I think she's okay. You know, fortunately, the floor for Dendro teams is pretty high, which helps her. Between her and Diluc, I think Diluc has a much higher ceiling. So I feel like...
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I could see the argument for her being in B tier, personally. But I don't know, like... B tier almost implies you can invest into these characters, and I don't really want to do that, right? You know, it's Keqing. Yeah, that's fine. I guess we're in pretty much. I don't know. I also feel like we could move her to B tier, though. I don't know. How do you feel?
There's going to be a lot more DPS we're going to be talking about, so they're going to end up in that tier probably. So.
Okay.
She's definitely not going to be like think about like all the Fontaine and Natlan and Sumeru, you know, like Natlan obviously not going to be in B tier, most of them, but like Natlan and Sumeru DPS units. So yeah.
Yeah. You're probably right. The B tier will get crowded pretty soon, so we can end. And okay, Xiangling.
I would say that she's SS tier, but not really because she's still kind of like, you know that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but like in prison, I don't know if this is even relevant, but like in prison, when you became someone's like, let's say property, you have to like cling into someone's pocket and keep holding their pocket. So she's holding Bennett's pocket to exist.
Yeah. It's Bennett Xiangling. I actually agree with you. She's not as broken these days because Mavwika exists, right? And as we get further and further in the tier list, I think we're going to be saying Mavwika a lot more. But for off-field pyro application for the purpose of applying pyro, and you know, with the amount of pyro application we need, Mavwika just does that job and better, right? Because you don't have as severe of energy issues if Xiangling is, for example, the only pyro character. Her damage, while still good.
Yeah, but she's definitely S tier.
S or SS. Yeah.
No, I would say she's S tier because due to like some limitations she still has.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, when I was doing what was it, the lava statue boss, without Bennett, she would like need even more investment.
Yeah.
And even then, I was using Dendro team, so I wasn't even using her for personal damage. I was using her just to apply pyro.
Yeah. No, that's. I agree with that. I feel like one of her biggest weaknesses is that she is tied to Bennett, like you said, and she just has massive ER issues, but she's still Xiangling, right? So
yeah, make no mistake, like she's still like the glue for literally most teams that want to, I guess, melt or like cause reactions. She's amazing for Chevy overload teams, but at the end of the day, I would still say that she's not the one that makes the team like shine, and not shine, but like the one that enables the team. She's the one that powers up the team heavily.
Yeah.
But she still needs that other unit.
I agree.
Which is usually Bennett, basically.
I agree. Okay. So we can move on to Chongyun. Okay, I'm pretty biased against him. I will admit that before we go into this section. But let's see what everyone else thinks about him. B tier, C tier. So I will say one good function of Chongyun in the modern meta is he's able to deplete the secret scam automaton all by himself. The issue with that, though, is that he needs to spend a decent amount of time on field, which is, well, the problem. Unless you cryo infuse whoever's on field and then you whack them with that character, which also works too, actually. So I don't know what I was talking about. So, yeah. So Chongyun, reasonable solution for the secret scam automaton. I think he's better than Kaeya because of that, because he can be the only cryo character that you bring for that purpose.
When you're referring him to depleting the automaton boss, you're also assuming that he's using the sack sword, right?
Yes, yes.
Claymore. Yeah. And then that also means that if there's a cryo DPS on the team, they're also getting 10% cryo decrease on resistance from his one of the passives he has.
Very small amount, yes, as well as attack speed boost.
Matters.
Yeah, it matters a bit. It does. If you're like,
I would say that he's probably right now he's kind of relevant because of the automaton, but also at the same time, it's kind of not the worst thing. Like you couldn't say that he's D or even like, where was I looking at? D or even C tier? I don't know. Maybe.
I think he's C tier because he's one of those characters that just does one very niche thing, and he doesn't even do it the best. Right. So
I guess, yeah.
But I think he's at the top of C tier personally, because he can carry low investment accounts to beat the scam automaton. He's better than Razor and these guys because you just don't want to bring them on your team. Chongyun, you actually have a reason to bring him on your team. So, do you want to move him up or down, or do you feel like this is fine?
I think for now he can stay like in C. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. We mostly agree with the community. That's good. We don't have too many hot takes. So Xingqiu is next. We have the Water Boy and B-. So there we go. We have the SSSAB SAB poll. So, okay. So Xingqiu, my issue with Xingqiu is there's a lot of alternatives for him, but he is still Xingqiu, right? Like, if you don't have those alternatives, which include Furina, as well as Yelan, and to an extent Kokomi as well, then Xingqiu is your next best option. And yeah, I mean, he can also even be better on certain teams for, I believe, generating additional Dendro cores or overwhelming. This is an interesting new role. Because of Lunar Charged, a valuable additional role is to overwhelm the Dendro aura. So you can reapply Lunar Charged on teams with like a Lunar Charged hybrid playstyle, right? Lunar Charged plus Hyper Bloom. Lunar Bloom? Is that what people call it? But yeah, so he also has that unique niche. But my issue, he has super long cooldowns, right? And all his rotations are weird because he extends team rotations. So that's my least favorite thing about him. And he's not as good as Bennett, right? Clearly. But I do think he belongs with the big 5 Mondstadt 4 stars.
Yeah, but he's like a fixer basically for almost all teams. Like you will always want hydro application for almost any team, aside from like few outliers. And he's the best solution for that. Usually, as a 4-star, you're gonna have him. He's also gonna be showing up on the Star Glitter shop or whatever it's called, where you can buy it like every so often, like every couple of months, I think, his copies. So you can get him to C6 eventually. So he's like kind of low investment as well, and you just give him either Emblem or Noblesse Set, obviously Sack Sword, usually, and that's pretty much it. Like he's just good in so many teams.
Now, do we want to put him in the SS tier, or do you feel like the S tier?
No, he's definitely in S tier right now. Right now,
or SS?
He's not. No, S tier.
S tier. S tier.
Yeah, in my opinion, at least S tier.
Okay. Okay, sure, that's fine. Here we go. This is the big one, Qiqi. Are you gonna right your wrong here?
Oh my god, I don't know, man. She does provide healing. Pretty good.
And all those particles that she generates.
Yeah. All those infinite particles equal to 0.
Oh my gosh, poor Qiqi. I mean, her healing is like worse than
D.
Is she the worst? Man. Okay. She has one role. She can be used with Neuvillette with Furina. You know what? Forget it. I'm not going to bother trying to justify it. Yeah, D tier. All right. Are we happy with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
What can you do when people don't understand how to use her at S tier? It's not my problem. I told people she's S tier. She's S tier.
Hey, there you go. You know, it'd be so funny if someone pulls up your tier list video from 2020 and it uses that.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Uses that.
Oh well.
All right, Drunken Bard Venti. Oh man, the ups and downs of this character, or I guess the up and then down of this character. So.
Well, the problem with him is that if there's not many enemies, or if you cannot suck them in, he's kind of like whatever. So that's pretty much it. That's his life story. Hoyo specifically made sure to like make content that's not fit for him.
Yeah.
Like for Endgame. So
yeah,
he's just gonna be in C tier. Like obviously he has that VV shreds effect going on. His C1 is also really great.
What does C1 do again?
It shoots 3 arrows instead of 1.
Oh my god, brother. Okay, you can tell this is an early constellation. Wow.
It was good for one of those events where you had to pop balloons.
Shit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're so right. I mean, man, this is back. I mean, there's nothing to say except for this sucks.
To be honest, he's also kind of decent with Mizuki, because she also actively boosts swirl damage for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Mizuki is also not someone who's like elevating teams that much. So I would say just put him in C tier because again, you cannot really put an animal unit in D tier.
Whoa, C tier. C tier. Hold on. That feels a bit low, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it's kind of unfair because if you think about it, again, as I said, like it has to be multiple enemies, and you have to be able to suck them in.
Yeah.
But if he meets those conditions, yeah, he's pretty much bonkers. And I guess also in theater mode, this is gonna be the case for him. Yeah, I guess I could put him in B tier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not higher.
I feel like B tier is fair for him. Do I have anything else I really want to add? I mean, one issue is that the content he's good in, it's throwaway content to begin with, right? Like, generally the easier things are against enemies that can be sucked up by Venti, so that's kind of an issue is, you know, he's not going to excel in content like Stygian Onslaught, which is where it's hard. So, all right, Klee is next, and let's take a look at Klee. All right, SSSA. Then we have B, C, and D. So I have my issue is that we're evaluating her as C0 5-star. Okay.
You're thinking about the C2 defense shred?
Yes. Klee is actually still used in speedruns for that purpose, which is kind of crazy. Like she's one of the only 5-star characters prior to. I mean, people don't even use. I think people don't even use Kazuha these days in the whale speedrunning scene. Not much. Oh no, people still do. Okay. But still, she's used more than like characters like even Venti, I would say, in modern speedrunning, which is kind of crazy. But with that being said, we're talking about Constellation 2, and we're not evaluating her at Constellation 2. Because of that, mono pyro damage Klee, pyro overloaded Klee, I don't know. It's not great.
And she was also really great against the lava dragon statue.
She was.
Remember?
She was, yeah. She broke that thing really fast. I mean, I guess canonically that makes sense, since she throws bombs and it's like a rock or something.
Yeah, so if he comes back like on Abyss or Theater mode, he's good.
Yeah. Do we think she's B or C tier? What do you think? She can still be like one nice thing about Klee is that you can just throw the thrilling tales on her, plus the tenacity, and then just like that you have 93% attack, assuming she's the second pyro character for pyro resonance. So super low, basically free attack buff for character of choice on your team. So I feel like it does feel weird putting her in B tier, but I also feel like she's better than these characters. Just my personal bias though. But
I think I would keep her in B because
okay.
She can still pull her weight in some situations.
Yeah, she can. And I feel like, her damage isn't like negligible if you build her for that. So, okay. Well, I guess we diverge a bit from the community. That's fine. And up next we have Child, who I really want to see get buffed, but we will see. So we have Child, SS, SA. B, C, and D. We'll see if we have
Honestly,
to split.
I haven't played Child like forever. I don't know like how his damage output is looking with the international team. Like I think that's literally his only team, right, for meta.
Yeah.
Is anything else besides international?
I mean, he still applies Hydro on field, so you can use him as like a Hydro driver. I don't know. I mean, I at least he okay, I mean it's just international, right? And international has been power crept. Is international even still viable in like the hardest content?
That's the problem. I'm not really comfortable like rating him that well because I haven't used him in a long time.
I have to I admit
like,
the same
years
thing.
ago he was like my go-to guy for everything. Like all the time, and just go international and just clear one of the Abyss sites. Like these days, I don't know if he's good. Like he's probably not good, at least in Stygian. Like, would you use like international in Stygian? Like previous version, I don't even remember if it was used.
You can use him with a Nefa, for example, right? I mean, the thing is that he doesn't like do a whole lot for that team. I think another issue is Nouvellette exists, right? Which really raises the bar for Hydra DPS characters. At the same time, he's still like an on-field Hydra character. I mean, we could just trust the community and put him in B tier for this one.
I mean, international is still like a team made up of like really high tier characters, and
it is, yeah.
Xiangling is contributing the damage, and him contributing. It cannot be like less than 50k DPS, right?
Okay. So this is actually hilarious. The most commonly used Child team in the recent Abyss is Nouvellette, Child, Anefa, Kazuha. And that makes sense because Child gives +1 to normal attack talent levels and 25% HP for Nouvellette. So, wow. I forgot about that role of his.
Just talk about being reduced to like just a talent level.
Oh my god. He's just a talent level. This is so funny. But still that is a role, right? Like you put him on your team for that role. So it's not useless, all right? Okay? So I think B tier is fair for him. Whether it's international or whether it's +1 charged attack level for Nouvellette. This is so fitting for Child because he got slapped so hard by Nouvellette that all he's reduced to is a +1 talent level for him. Oh my goodness. Okay. Absolutely savage. Absolutely savage. Next character. Let's move on to the next character. Wait, what did the community say? Community said B tier. Yeah. Okay, so we put him in B tier.
E for child.
Yeah. Diona's next. All right. SSS A, B, C, and I feel like D's way too low for her, so we're actually going to do A, B, and then... But C's not too low for her. Okay. We got another tricky tier list allocation, so we're gonna put her like this for now, and we'll see if I have to redo it. But okay, Diona is next. And let's take a look at Diona. Man, okay. Cryo EM
are
buff.
we assuming Diona is C6 because she does provide that massive 200 EM boost?
Yes.
And that's probably one of the better things that she can offer to vape teams. Well, not vape teams. Well,
Melt.
Yeah, vape teams also can. And Melt, yeah.
Yeah, Melt. The issue with her is her cryo application is too awkwardly slow. She does, of course, enable the much larger first melt for Mavuika compared to the other 4-star characters. But besides that, I feel like she's kind of in an awkward spot. She can use the Elegy too, which is nice, right? Because the Elegy with Mavuika, then that's like 300 elemental mastery, which is actually kind of nutty. Then if you can squeeze in instructors, you can make it 420. Which is actually insane. But yeah, besides that though, besides like a large first melt and maybe one additional melt on a charged attack, at that point, her cryo application can't keep up. So let's see. And you can't rely on her for the secret scam automaton. So I think just enabling the first melt from Mavuika is her main shtick right now. Is there anything else for her?
Well, I mean, let's not forget she is kind of comfy character. She can heal and provide shielding.
That's true. I used her against the Hydrotolpa as well to clear difficulty. Wait, did I use her? I think I did. I think I used her against the Hydrotolpa. So, okay. I feel like B tier is fair. Along with the community, I think that makes sense. She definitely feels a cut better than these characters because of the massive buffs that she can provide, but at the same time, doesn't feel very like not as good as Mona. So, yeah.
I mean, I'd say that basically, for people who know how to abuse melting or like vaping, because she can also be used for vaping, I think, because she doesn't really override elements that much.
Yeah. You can probably do some setups.
She definitely, I could see her maybe even ending up like an A tier at some point, if assuming that she's providing the massive EM buffs. And I mean, for most people who are using her for buffs, don't really care about probably healing and shielding, unless like the content specifically like tries to kill you actively, like with the wolves or something like some kind of a condition. But other than that, yeah, it's fine if she's B.
Yeah, okay, I think B's fair. Oh man, Zhongli has actually had a pretty decent fall.
Let me guess, the community will poll him at A.
My guess, he feels like an A tier character these days.
A lot of people still play on mobile, and
yeah,
I don't know, man. That shield is still really thick.
I agree. He feels like an A tier character, as you need more and more DPS these days, which is the reason why he's falling. Because back in the day, you just didn't need as much. Like when Hyper Bloom was enough to clear content comfortably, that was when basically him at his peak, I would say. If we actually take a look at his usage, where's? Oh geez, did I accidentally not include him? You know what? I'm not going to waste time fixing my chart. Or should I? Here, why don't you talk about I try to fix my chart? I apologize.
Zhongli, I don't know. I mean, I like him. I always liked him. Even, I mean, I didn't like him back when he was really bad, but most people watching this won't even remember probably. Like, he's the only actual character who, like, directly received buffs. Like, the one and only. That's it. technically, before Kazuha got released, also EM reactions got buffed, I think. But that was it, basically. Zhongli is the only one who got, like, the buffs. And they're pretty good, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, 20% shred on defense. Or resistance, I think. No, resistance shred. Big fat shield. Doesn't really mess with your reactions too much. The only problem with him I have is that it's obviously a skill issue, but sometimes I would still, even after all these years, sometimes I still keep climbing on the pillar he summons. Accidentally. That's the only issue I have.
I forgot
and
about that.
I'm not the only one. I've seen other streamers.
Oh my gosh. No. You're 100% right. That everyone wants to climb his schlong. Let's just put it that way. So
yeah, his big schlong is I don't know
it's always in the way.
Big pillar.
All right. Xinyan, easy SS tier. I don't want to argue with anyone
Beautiful.
on this. SS.
Yeah, kind of feel bad for her, but this clearly shows at the time Hoyo was really unaware, like how to make the character work, because she's like absolutely split between two paths, like physical damage and pyro, at such an early stage at 1.1 update. I remember this as like the time I like first tried her out.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it. Like she's not good. So the shield breaks, her pyro replication stops.
Yep.
The damage she can. The only funny thing you can do with her is that back in the early game you can just build her completely full physical, and I think at certain constellation she just gains 100% crit rate, so you can just go full crit damage and
just
attack.
on her burst and just on the physical hit of her burst.
Just on the burst.
Yeah. And we're talking like what, 80,000 damage if you buff her. So it's very sad.
Oh, these days you could probably easily reach 200k. Most likely, like with all the damage percent buffs.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I mean, I can.
And you can still use her for in Xinyan teams, but I would still put her in D tier.
Yeah, I agree. She's D tier, definitely a D tier character. I mean, and I'm sad that she's lost her status as the event Archon. She used to be in like every event, but I don't think we've seen her in like years, right? It's been a long time.
Well, like most rockers, they fade into oblivion.
Man. Okay, next character, Albedo. Okay, you've got a soft spot for this guy.
Oh yeah, I use him in most of my videos. I don't know why.
Okay, here we go.
But he's pretty mid. It's not good. Sadly.
Oh my gosh.
Split scaling. I think C2 fixes it, but like split scaling problem.
Yes.
The flower itself breaks from many bosses. Jesus Christ. He was the flower was supposed to be not breakable. Like that's my opinion. Like, but whatever. What if doesn't matter?
And you know the flower
is just useless.
I think it actually dies to enemies hitting it too, like dealing damage to it.
Yeah, against certain enemies, if you place the flower below them, the flower will just auto-destruct itself. Like, especially against bosses, you have to like awkwardly place it away from them, and then obviously because due to like mathematics, the radius ends up being further from them unless you bait the boss to your place.
It's a disaster.
It's just he was kind of decent back when Ito was released, but nowadays it's just like whatever.
I think Albedo should be one of the characters to get buffed. And remember earlier when I was talking about some Geo character blows up Geo constructs? It should have been him, right? He should have just blown all of Geo Traveler's crap up. But alas, it is what it is. He does a bit of damage.
C-tier, though, but he's definitely C tier. I mean,
no, come on, he's better. He's better than these characters, right? Like he still does damage a little bit.
Yeah, he can still definitely enable some. Well, not enable, but like participate in
participate. Okay. Let's be fair. Okay, I'm actually going to talk about his good points now. One, he's a swordy. So that gives him access to the Freedom Sorn, the Peak Patrol Song, which is actually fantastic on him. Two, because a lot of times he doesn't care about his burst at all, he can be run on the Instructor's set, which is a very nice 120 Elemental Mastery. Three, he can be run on the Archaic Petra. 4, he can provide that 125 elemental mastery boost with his burst, but yeah, so he has a few options, okay? Okay, he has some options.
I remember he used to be like he was actually quite popular in Hu Tao teams.
Yeah, you could use him with Hu Tao. Yeah.
Especially for that. Well, I don't know if they used to, because I think you have to use his burst to get the EM boost.
You do. Yeah, it's that's a bit unfortunate, but if he were a modern character, oh my god, that his design would be actually, like, conceptually he's good, but execution wise his numbers are just too low and too clunky. So okay, next character is Gan Yu. I feel bad for her. I feel like nobody uses her these days. So S-A-B C-. We're gonna see if we're gonna have to redo the poll, but we have Gan Yu next.
I think she's solid.
Yeah, she's just like, a reasonable B tier character, right? I mean,
it's funny because I remember back in the day there was like the whole drama of her being a support, but she's not really a support per se, but she can be used for off-field damage, for cryo application, for all those shenanigans with quadratic scaling. She has that funny interaction with Mizuki and Venti.
Right. She's okay against the secret
Burning
scam
Meld,
automaton too.
Relevant. I mean, Burning Meld is still kind of relevant, I guess.
Yeah.
The problem is that it's a bit awkward to play her. Like with you got to run her with a shield usually, unless you're really good at, like, I don't know how you're supposed to dodge when you're charging a shot, but still.
If you think about like the enemies too, maybe she doesn't need a shield too much. Like, for example, let's say you're fighting the Tenebris Papuya with Burning Melt. You're going to want to break its shield first before she starts dumping her charged attacks, right? So against the Lava Dragon, if you wanted to use her, you'd have to break through its 2 phases. I don't know. Fights these days are also kind of awkward because of the way they're designed for her, right? Like against the enemies. But Secret Scam Automaton, she can contribute. And I feel like she's an ersatz Ayaka and Skirk for the Secret Scam. So
yep, she's pretty decent 4th slot
for
Skirk as well. Yeah,
you can use her as the 4th slot. So okay, we're in lockstep here. I feel like she used to be so good though. Like, she was so good back in the day. But
60k, 60,000 critical hit.
Holy
insane damage.
Okay. So we got Xiao next. Oh man, my poor lad. My poor man Xiao. So, okay, so the thing about Xiao.
Lament here.
The thing about Xiao is that people who like Xiao stick with him through everything, right? They have invested, like a gazillion amounts of resin into his artifacts for the 3rd time. Just basically hyper investing into him. So in a way, I feel like Xiao's performance is a bit inflated. Like, I don't know. I just don't see the same cult following for characters like Albedo, right? Or characters like...
You have a cult following when he's like more of a support. Like for Xiao, it makes sense that he's like a pogo stick main deck.
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Did we lose you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so here's my thing about Xiao. I actually think one of his better roles these days is a Favonius particle generator with Viridescent Veneer, okay? Because he can use 2 to 3 elemental skills. That's like, what, 12 particles plus Favonius? I mean, that's actually kind of an insane amount of particles with VV Swirl. What do you think?
I think my OBS crashed.
Oh, geez.
So just keep talking. I'm going to fix my OBS in the moment.
Okay. Actually, this is a good time for me to break up the recording. So let me pause that. Okay, so we got part 1, and now we got part 2. But yeah, Xiao, underrated particle generator for Favonius. Also, speedrunners will use Xiao for this reason, because he can use all 2 to 3, I believe all 3 of his elemental skills before he catches a single particle. So what this does is if you do this on the top half of Abyss, you will have 12 particles plus 2 Favonius particles. Is it 12 or is it 9? you guys are going to have to correct me on how many particles he generates, but he will leave literally like 11 particles just waiting there for the second half team to snatch up. So if you want to do some pretty crazy, like energy-based second half Abyss 12 speed runs, Xiao is the guy, right? So people like, you guys think I'm joking. I'm not, okay? I'm actually being serious here. So yeah, underrated as a viridescent Vener support, but, underrated as a particle generator for speedruns, but yeah, I mean, okay. What about his damage?
But for regular Joe, like, you probably still want to get, what's her name, Farazan?
Oh yeah.
It used to be like also Jean. I don't know, maybe Jean is still around. I think it's C4 she shreds Anemo resistance.
Yeah, C4, yeah.
Like very, very, very rare source of Anemo shredding. But like, I don't know, for most people, he's not gonna be like amazing when you try him out.
All right, we'll put him in the B tier.
Current meta, like.
We don't have an L for Lament tier, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, next character, Hu Tao. All right. So Hu Tao. This could be a difficult tier breaking up, but we'll see.
Just S. I would. Never mind.
I feel like she's A personally, but
yeah, she's gonna be an A. At least for me, she's gonna be an A.
Yeah, she feels like an A character in terms of power level these days. I mean, the main issue with her is that Arlecchino and Mavuika exist, and content is designed around how much damage they do. So that's where Hu Tao suffers a bit. It's because they exist. So yeah, easy A tier. The thing about Hu Tao is that she's also just a very old character, and you know, for her to be up here is already pretty decent, right? Like,
the nice thing about her is that most of the recent supports that were released, they all like help Hu Tao.
Yeah, Citlali.
Like Citlali,
Qilonen.
Yeah. So she's still decent. I mean, not even decent. She's pretty good.
Yeah. A tier is pretty good. Yeah, A tier is pretty good. Okay, so that one was easy. Rosaria next. Now, Rosaria is an interesting character. Basically, the free-to-play go-to option for Melt Mavuika. So, here we go. Rosaria. We have SSSA. I feel like she's not going to... We're going to go with this allocation of tierings for her. Yeah, free-to-play Melt Enabler for Mavuika. Obviously, she's going to struggle a lot against a character like Citlali. Well, you know, like you get Citlali to upgrade from Rosaria is pretty much what I'm trying to say. So, but yeah, being the best free-to-play Melt Enabler, I think gives her a reasonable placement. And I don't really think I have much else to say about her. Like, that's literally... you can use her with against the Scam Automaton too, but you need a second cryo, which kind of docks a point for her. But, you know, because you can use her against that, she has that going for her. I think she's a B tier character, personally.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the whole Genshin's history, when she was released, she's always been a solid option, like for quite a few teams, like starting with Freeze back when Freeze was, you know, Ayaka with the whole thing of like getting extra crit rate boost plus like you setting it up with Kazuha, then moving over to reverse meld, then moving over to other like the pyro DPS damage dealers. Like she's always been there. She's always been there, that really solid 4-star cryo like support.
Yeah. She's basically like the go-to option for that. So okay. To me, it is a little weird to see her in the same tier as Ganyu, but, you know, such is the issue with, you know, having limited tiers to begin with. Yeah.
I mean, these days we're not like they're both in this tier because we're not valuing them for their really high personal damage contribution. We're looking at them from the prism of like how they're contributing to the team, and most of the time it's going to be like some kind of a application or setting up for a rotation thing.
Yeah. One issue I have, like, you know, I see people trying to move her to the A tier. I can kind of see that argument. My issue with her being any higher than this is that if you actually think about her kit, it doesn't do much, right? She's of course Favonius, Noblesse, you can run that stuff. But when it comes down to it, right, like her kit can provide up to 15% crit rate. and that's about it, right? Does she shred cryo actually? Hang on.
Well, she definitely shreds
Physical
resistance. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
But
she
I don't
shreds
remember
cryo. Yeah, 20% physical res, and unfortunately, well, we know what's going on with physical right now. It ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. So that's just kind
We're all
of
putting our hopes in vodka.
Yeah. Oh man, but he's Anemo. He's Anemo. It's such an awkward.
Really?
Yeah, he's Anemo. It's such an awkward element for physical. But maybe something wacky's gonna go on. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, he better be physical or else I'm gonna, I don't know, not pull for him. But no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
What a threat! What a threat!
Biggest joke of the video.
All right. Yan Fei is next. Okay, start a poll. Yan Fei, SSSA, BCD. I don't know. Yan Fei's kind of like Klee, but worse. So I would just put her here. You know, she can use Thrilling Tales. She can generate a shield, which means she can use the Star Caller's Gaze.
Only at C4, I think.
Yeah. She's an old 4-star. I think it's fair to evaluate her as C6.
Yeah, but TTDS plus shield.
Yeah.
It used to be a pretty good combo.
Pyro Resonance too.
And I think if I'm not mistaken, she was used mostly for Hu Tao teams for double pyro setups.
Maybe. Actually, I honestly don't remember. But let's see. We can take a look at our teams right now. No one's using her, but when people do use her, it is looks like they use her as a main DPS. Yeah, that's interesting. So, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. She's not quite as good against she doesn't apply nearly as much pyro as Klee does, right? So not as good against the Lava Dragon statue. Yeah. Okay. C tier. Oh, yep. Eula. Oh no.
Should we read her eulogy?
R.I.P. Eula. SSAB. Okay, Eula is suffering. Where is Hoyoverse? When are they, like, they revived Cryo, but they did not revive Eula. I mean, it's just bad. It's just bad. Now, with that being said, what are the cases to be made for Eula? You can use her in a Hyperbloom team, right? Like, is that her best team?
I think so, yeah. She's a Hyperbloom driver. And
she gets screwed by C6 Bennett, too. So you can't even use Bennett. Yansan. You can use Yansan, but she doesn't even move much either. Oh my goodness. Look, I think she does non-negligible damage, okay? Non-negligible. And driving Hyperbloom is okay. So to me, she's like, I feel like she's about Noelle level, so I think C tier is fair for her.
I wouldn't say she's Noelle level. Like,
no, you're probably right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If we had like another tier, I would put it between D and C, but I don't know.
Okay. Here. Maybe some usage data will help us. I mean, it's bad, but that's actually better than I expected. Like, this is way better than Albedo.
Yeah, but is this the one that takes like usage rates, so you have to own her and then use her?
Yeah. That's correct.
Because there's like people who pull for her usually, like, you know, if they pulled her for her like recently, I don't know when was the last banner, but like from was it 1 point something?
Yeah, 1 point something. So, yeah. Okay. So I think, are you fine with C tier, or do you feel like we should move her around?
We said we don't have ordering, but just put her behind Noelle, just in case. I know it's stupid because it breaks the logic, but I'll feel better if she's behind Noelle.
Okay, community has put her in D tier at a close Close breakneck pull.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is savage.
We're being
Savagery.
more generous than the community for you.
We are. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, it's even, but community was at D for a bit longer, so we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. All right, community, y'all put her there, okay? So I'm not taking responsibility for that. Okay, Kazuha is next. And all right, start a poll. So Kazuha, SS, S, A, B. Oh, I should have put B minus, but oh well. Okay, Kazuha used to be like undeniably one of the best characters in the game. You could argue he was the best. And just for, kind of a funny juxtaposition here, we had Kazuha's
going down.
No,
yeah.
look at the other two.
Why.
Look at
when
Eula.
was Xiangling released?
Yeah, ever since Xiangling. But look at Eula and Albedo. Like, you can't even see their numbers because of how low they are.
I would still say that he's probably no longer an SS tier.
I think he's S.
Yeah, he's S.
I think he's top of S. Bottom of SS is generous.
Some could argue maybe SS because of his grouping, but like these days, Stygian doesn't matter. Theater mode, sure, but like I guess it's useful. I mean, for some like limited time events that show up and with many enemies also, I would say that at that moment he would be SS.
Yeah.
But outside of those niche situations where you have, because Hoyo has been designing so much content around like just single target enemies. Like they usually only release multiple enemies if it calls for it. Like if the new unit is good against multiple enemies, like I think Korean Abyss has like multiple enemy rooms, and it's mostly just because for Inefa.
Yes, it's the shill. It's the shill Inefa.
Inefa is bad against multiple enemies, but yeah.
Yeah. So the thing about Kazuha is if you think about him versus Xiangling, what do each of them provide? Kazuha provides grouping and elemental application, and Xiangling provides healing. And actually these days, Kazuha's elemental application, especially on his burst, can be quite detrimental to rotations. Like for example, in most melt teams where let's say you would use Kazuha instead of Xiangling, he's going to most of the time, unless you do some funky rotations, override Cryo with Pyro because his burst prioritizes Pyro. And if Bennett goes at any time before him, then that's for sure going to happen. So because of awkward, interactions like that, he doesn't work that well with forward melt because of his elemental application. And well, we all know what the best team in the game is.
I would argue like outside of Farina teams, and unless you need emergency healing, like her rotation just feels so much faster.
Xiangling?
Than Kazuha's because it's like 1-2, E 1-2, swap out. Then her uptime on the buff is 5 seconds longer for the resistance shred.
Yes.
Also, it works on multiple waves.
Yes.
You don't have to reapply it.
Yes.
And I mean, I guess she gives like -4% less at maximum level resistance shred compared to usual 1000 EM assumed Kazuha. But that's like really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not. So
and her vertical investment is like bonkers compared to Kazuha's.
For most elements.
Yeah, exactly, but not for Electro.
Yeah, not for Electro. Although, actually, never mind. So let's see. We have
C1 is mostly for
exploration. Yeah.
Comfort. But C2 is basically like insane. The
C2 is really good.
The sword.
The sword is great. Yes. Peak Patrol.
Yeah, so
okay. S tier. Very reasonable. Not much else to say, right? Yeah. That's kind of crazy though to see that he's an S tier. I don't know. I feel like he could be argued to be SS tier personally, but we'll leave him in S tier. For now.
He's better than her if there's multiple enemies, then they can be grouped, and if it's relevant to group them, that's basically it.
And unfortunately, Hoyoverse just does not include groupable enemies these days. Okay. The star of the show. The most electrifying character of them all. Shocking and defying all expectations. We have
Electro Traveler.
Electro Traveler. Clearly.
Electro D Traveler.
Clearly.
D tier, man. I don't remember anything.
Okay.
I never bothered to learn it because I don't know.
Let's not waste our time. I actually think she's worse than Xinyan. I'm gonna be real. I think she's worse. I think she's worse than Xinyan.
Sure. I don't care. I so don't care about it. And the same is gonna be spoiler alert for Hydro Traveler. I don't care.
Oh my god. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. We got Ayaka next. Ayaka. All right. Ayaka, you know, she's definitely had a renaissance lately.
I wonder why.
I have no idea. It might have something to do with the secret scam automaton as well as a couple other buddies.
Chef. Yeah, chef.
It's because she's a chef. Wait, no, she's not a chef. It's because of the chef. Yes, because of the chef. Yeah. Okay, so Ayaka basically playing second fiddle to Skirk for one of the meta compositions, and you can even use her with Skirk. Actually, like, you know, I think people often forget about that, but you can use her with Skirk. Anything else to say about her?
If not for Escoffier, she would be probably like in lower B tier.
Yeah.
But thanks to Escoffier and the revival of freeze teams, definitely A tier.
Yeah. I feel comfortable with her in A tier. Escoffier is just that good. S tier is pushing it a bit. Yeah, no, she's not Kazuha level, so we can't. We'll just put her in A tier, and I feel like everyone has that consensus, so we can move on.
Everyone is sensible here.
Yeah. All right, so Yoimiya, we can talk about the massive buff she got, okay?
What? Buff?
Shilinen and Silali.
All right. I don't know.
Okay, look. Yoimiya's in a dire state right now. Personally, she'd be one of the characters I would give buffs to. I actually haven't thought about how I would buff her yet. I want to make a video on, you know, how I would buff characters, and Yoimiya is definitely in there. Personally, I think she's either B or C. If you think about it, she doesn't even benefit as much as like Diluc, right? Because Diluc's plunge attacks, you know, just do more damage than she does in like a Sitlali melt plunge team. Her little attacks, I'm not sure if you even have to delay her bow attacks a bit to keep up with the cryo application with Sitlali. So, you know, I mean, why would you use her over the other characters, right? Like, why?
For fun. But at the end of the day, I would say that she's probably in the middle. But since we don't have the middle, it's like just at the top of C, I guess, because she just doesn't really match the other ones. Because even with the newest released supports, there's still some problems with her. Like, well, I mean, I don't play her that much, but I remember like making a Sitlali video when I was testing the melting, and then with Farina back in the day. I mean, she's fine, but she just still doesn't put out that much damage compared to like others.
Yeah. It pains me to put her here too. And one issue is Sitlali is a melee character. Yoimiya is a ranged character who actively moves backwards too, and I don't know. I mean, it's bad. So okay, we'll just put her in the C tier. Some people think she's B tier. I think you can make that argument, so I'm not going to call those people, you know, wrong or anything like that.
I mean, that's totally fair. I could probably see her in B tier if maybe there's going to be like a future buffer that's more relevant for her, but for now, I guess, like, look, if there's going to be ever a buffer that's really good for powering up both attack speed and normal attacks damage, that would be like a really strong consolidated role for her.
Okay, so here's one thing though. I feel like she's better than these characters. Like, she's better than Eula, right? Well, she's better than, I would say, even Beidou and Kaeya. Should we put her in B tier?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, that's the problem with not enough tiers. It's kind of weird to tier in the same tier as Eula.
Yeah. Okay, or maybe we overrated Eula then.
Maybe let's put Yule in D tier.
Oh no.
I don't know, man.
Oh
I think we
no.
just move her down to D, and
Oh
then
no.
I think it makes a bit more sense to have her in C.
Okay. I like how Eula's catching strays because of Yoimiya. That's quite unfortunate. So, no, man, Eula's not that bad. Come on, man. She's got to be better than Lisa. You know what? This is hard. This is hard. No. We're keeping Eula here. We'll reevaluate Yoimiya later, okay? Okay. That
Will be never.
yeah, which will be never. Okay. Sayu is next. SS. Look, guys.
Sayu.
I still use Sayu on the reg. All right? Like, she is the #1 crystal fly catcher. All right?
There's another character who was released who can catch crystal flies, but I don't even remember because it's ingrained in my brain to always put her in my team along with another animal unit to have a bit more movement speed and just catch the crystal flies. I literally have a crystal fly team.
Yes, exactly. And Sayu is numero uno for that role. Like, there's no one else that's... Yes, I think Kirara does it, right? Is it Kirara? Lanyan? Oh no, Lanyan's coming.
Doesn't matter.
No,
because she's Anemo, she already wins there because you can put another Anemo and have bigger, faster movement.
Yao and the thing about Lanyan is that she does not have movement speed herself. Okay, like Sayu can roll around really fast, which is actually helpful. And Yao too. Okay. Chaska is better. I agree. So I use Sayu plus Chaska as my crystal fly team. But are we talking about crystal fly farming or do we just get derailed here? So, Sayu.
Honestly, because it's so part of our life.
It is, yeah.
To get those goddamn things. No, but I mean, at the end of the day, she's kind of like...
Jean.
In C tier because, I mean, I don't know.
She's worse Jean. She's just worse Jean, right? And that's about all.
I mean, I recently made a video for the new event weapon, the 4-star greatsword.
Yeah.
Claymore. And she does actually at C6 provide pretty... fat healing, to be honest, if you play her together like in
this one
in arena team. Yeah, this one. Oh my god, you didn't even level it. But yeah.
Forgot to. Oh man,
I tested it, and actually at C6 with this weapon she does provide pretty fat healing. She's pretty good in that team with Farina.
I have not seen that video of yours yet.
And the radius of the burst is surprisingly large when you have to stay in that range to get healed.
Okay, yeah. I think C tier is fair. I mean, Anemo, Virtus, and Veneer, full party healer. Basically like Jean, but without the cheese potential and that Jean provides. So I think it's fair.
If there's ever going to be like a Claymore that gives buffs, it's going to be even better.
Yeah, if she can take advantage of it, right? Like,
yeah.
Because, a lot of characters just can't. So, yeah, C tier is fair. Okay, Raiden Shogun. Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh
my god, yeah, at the same time. Oh man.
Oh man.
The Raiden Shogun.
Okay, so I think Raiden is really interesting because a lot of players have many copies of Raiden. Like, she's one of those characters that people pulled constellations for. And if we evaluate her at like Constellation 0, it is a different story in my opinion, but let's see.
But
Raiden, though,
the separator for constellations, we're talking about just personal damage, right? Because that's all there is, really, just personal damage.
Yes.
She ignores the defense, or does she apply defense? Shred, I think she
C2. She ignores defense.
Yeah, she ignores defense.
Yeah. So Raiden has definitely had an uptick because of Taser and Lunar Charged, right?
And also Movwika and Chevy team.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
I think Movwika Overload Chevy team she's also pretty good.
Yeah, because like Overloadeds actually do like what 20 to 30,000 damage, something like that, right? So.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the most popular team for her, it looks like, is her providing Taser for Neuvillette, which I find interesting. So, what else do we have? We have Taser DPS.
Let's not forget she still is one of the better Hyperbloom enablers.
Yes, Hyperbloom as well.
E-bot.
Interesting. Yeah, she's either A or B, in my opinion. I personally would put her in B tier, honestly, but it looks like that's a hot take, given what the community thinks.
Ask the next poll what are the constellation investments people have.
Oh, for Raiden? Okay.
I'm just curious to see like what people have at which cons, because I feel like most people will say C2. I don't want to like. Nah, I mean that would be crazy. Come on, like, do you guys really have C2 at her?
C3 plus C2, C1, I guess, and C0. Yeah, we can see what the community has here. Or they don't have her. I forgot to put that they don't have her.
Doesn't matter. Just don't vote if you don't have her.
Yeah.
I think it's still going to be C0, man.
It's a pretty high rate of C2, to be fair.
Obviously, yeah. Obviously, she was one of the first, like, she broke records. When her first banner landed.
Okay, yeah. Most people have her at C0, so that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. I think my personal feeling is that she's a B tier character at C0 because she just doesn't do much at C0. Like her damage, you just don't even like care about her damage anymore. She can battery the team a bit. You can use her to drive like a Nefa or something, or Hyperbloom, like you said. But I mean, Kuki does Hyperbloom about as well. Raiden's better.
He technically boosts burst damage, but it's not much.
Oh yeah. She boosts burst damage by a bit. Yeah.
Her E doesn't work on shielded enemies, I think. It doesn't trigger. That's one of the issues.
It must work against
a really minor issue.
It's price specific shields. Yeah, I think. Like the Yob, for example, its HP shield it probably works against, but not against its elemental shield, right? As an example. So, okay, she's great against the cactus boss. So maybe A tier is justified. What do you think?
I mean, I can't be too critical of her. I mean, she can stay in A tier.
Okay, A tier.
I don't think she fares too well against like the current meta. Or like the amount of units that came out, especially like in Electro DPS role, and specifically I'm talking about Varesa. But I don't know. I mean, I would have to play her.
Yeah.
I haven't played her in a while, to be honest. Like she definitely was my go-to unit back in Sumeru, but not for the case of being a damage dealer, just to trigger blooms.
Yeah, we don't talk about dealing damage with these older characters anymore. Well, yeah. I guess Ayaka and Hutao. Okay. Kujo Sara next. Now she's even more niche than she was. SSS. A, B, C, or D. I don't... Okay, I think we're going to allocate the tiers like this. I mean, people only use her to buff Raiden. You can use her to buff Orisa too, which is nice. Any other characters that she buffs that are relevant? I think it's just those two, right?
Well, because Inefa's stats don't snapshot, sadly, it's not super relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe it's gonna work on on like 2 lunar charge reactions from the Brigitte bot. But other than that, yeah, she's like literally. You would say that she's like a good Electro support as a 4-star, but we also have Auroran and of course Janssen. So like she's got a huge competition ahead of her, and also most people assume, well, at least most people making tier lists assume she's like at C6, which gives like that massive damage buff.
60% crit damage, yeah.
Yeah, but like it's a really annoying way you have to trigger it. Usually,
it is,
like, you have to immediately swap. And like compared to Auroran, who can keep applying like Electro consistently, 40% damage buff, also has damage buff he provides at 30% attack. I think it's C6. Obviously, he doesn't match her in terms of like buffing, but you can also give him like the same bows like as her, like Elegy bow.
Elegy, yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't think she's that great. Like when we have so many other options, well, not that many, but like 2 super other relevant options. So.
Yeah, and Bennett too, for that matter. Yeah.
Tina, yeah.
Yeah, Bennett too. So okay, I agree. I think C tier is reasonable for her. She's not useless, but her teams and situations are more niche now. And
she was always like in a rough spot.
And she feels like crap to use. I will say that. Like her stupid charged attack thing for energy particles, if you need them, just feels atrocious. But fortunately, most of her teams she doesn't actually have to do that, but sometimes she does. So, and when you do, that sucks. Kokomi is next, and I've always had a soft spot for Kokomi. I will say, I like to take credit for being one of the few content creators who's somewhat positive, like kind of positive about Kokomi initially. So my bias puts Kokomi in either A or S tier. S is probably too high. But
yeah, we have so many Hydro characters, honestly, but so very little of them actually apply Hydro consistently.
Yeah.
Character archive.
Yeah.
Sort by Hydro. We have 14 Hydro characters, and out of them all, for off-field Hydro application, you could argue maybe Mona with a couple of like E triggers. Xingqiu, Yalan, obviously, Kamisato, Ayato, and Nilo, but you wouldn't use her usually unless you're crazy.
Candace, I like using her for that purpose, but
at C6. And that's pretty much it. So basically, we barely have any like and also, if the character who you're using on field is not attacking like with, or is not able to trigger normal attack like triggers from Yalan or Xingqiu. Like she's basically a fallback unit if you're not able to utilize the other ones.
Yeah, she's great.
There are a couple of teams like where this is relevant, especially like for example in Nilo Bloom.
Exactly, yeah. She's Biss and Nilo Bloom. Her healing can be used with Furina too. But yeah, actually her being next to Mona is kind of weird. I do feel like she's significantly better than Mona. So we'll just move Mona back a bit.
I mean, it depends. Mona can pull her weight again, as I said, like in front-loaded teams.
Kokomi
is teams. Again more of somebody you use if you're not able to fall back. I mean, if you're not able to utilize other options for applying Hydro consistently.
Okay. So A tier, we feel content with her being in A tier.
Yeah, I think she's pretty decent in A tier. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very fair. So, the best character of them all. We have
actually, before you ask, because we know this is D tier. Actually, ask people because we will know from this poll to determine how old are their accounts. Ask who has Aloy on their account.
Okay.
Who has Aloy? Because we know she's D tier, but like I'm interested, like. I feel like people who watch us like they're gonna be pretty much oldies.
What a savage poll. We're not even asking how good she is.
It doesn't matter. She's D tier, but like I'm just wondering like how old are people accounts they're watching.
Oh my gosh.
Because the window for obtaining her was like what, 1 year?
I think so.
Oh God.
Oh wow. Most people have her. Look at that.
Still, one third doesn't have. Can you imagine the annoyance when you have your account, you started and you're like a collectionist, or like collector, I guess, completionist.
Oh, they're missing out.
You cannot obtain her. That's it.
I'm so sorry for that 29% of you guys that missed out on Aloy.
Just put her in detail. Let's move on. She's not good.
Oh my! Not even worth talking about, brother. What about
doesn't exist.
What about freeze teams?
Technically,
Escoffier buffs.
Okay, put her in Escoffier tier.
Hang on. I do want to see what teams people are using it with her. I'm curious. Let's take a look. What the hell is this? Oh, Chaska. Interesting. So she's literally just a warm body for Chaska. Okay, anyway. Toma's next.
Yeah.
Toma is next. Oh, we didn't even poll the community for her tier placement.
God, does it matter? They're gonna say D tier. Actually, there's a chance they would have trolled us and said like S tier.
Okay. Here we'll do SS tier and D tier. There we go. We'll see if the community has a joke or has a sense of humor or not. Oh, it's neck and neck.
YouTube is moderating.
Oh my god. It's so close. It's so close. Is she gonna be SS tier or is she gonna be D tier? Oh my god.
And now imagine those people who don't understand this, like they're just tuning in and we don't have her on our account.
They scroll, they go to the end of the video and they just see Aloy in the SS tier. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, holy cow, it's close, Hang on. All right.
50.
This is crazy. We might have to split the difference and put her in B tier.
Yeah.
Oh, SS tier. Okay, we're ending the poll. SS tier for Aloy.
Yep. You guys voted.
Yeah,
this is your choice.
This is your tier list.
All your credibility goes out of the window.
Yep. We can't take the community seriously at all anymore. Oh, we did it. SS tier Aloy. Look at this. Us content creators have the less spicy takes now, okay? We've got the less spicy takes. All right. Who are we talking about? Wait. Oh, we're supposed to talk about Toma. Toma.
I wish Toma had the same treatment as Kuki back in Sumeru, because
so
I
close.
think many people still use him in Virgin teams. I really enjoyed using him in Virgin teams. Like I thought he was not on the same level as Kuki, but pretty good. But nowadays,
Yeah.
Denjo teams falling off, and he does have a pretty easy build, and it's completely free to play with Keqing Crossbear, basically.
It is. Flower of Paradise Lost or whatever, plus that. Yeah. Burgeon.
Yeah, he's definitely a solid C in my opinion.
I agree.
Burgeon still serves a purpose with him, and I like him using him in Burgeon. And I know that sometimes you can even utilize him like as a shielder or like a pyro applicator in some cases.
Yeah.
Very niche use case, but it's definitely pretty usable.
I agree. I think Toma, if Burgeon ever makes a comeback, we've got our man. If Burgeon actually does become pretty meta, I could see it rising even higher. But for now, C tier is perfectly fair for our best made Toma. So up next is Arataki Ito. SSS. I think he's better than... Oh man, I don't know how I should allocate these tiers. I'm gonna go with this. I think it's a little unfair. We may have to redo the allocation, but I think he's B tier. Like he's like Noelle, but does more damage. Oh man, people don't think so. People think he's C. People think he's C tier. Okay, B tier. Let's see. He's with Xiao. Xiao's better, right? I'm pretty sure Xiao's better.
With the amount of supports that were released, they're kind of like rivaling each other, but at the end of the day, I think Xiao also is a bit better against multiple enemies. Ito is like has to stay close, really close to the enemies when he's swinging that big sword of his.
Okay, no, his charge attacks have huge AoE though, to be fair.
They do, but yeah. I remember using them quite a few times. It's usually if against big enemies, then you can catch them both in the fray. But I don't know. I mean, I used to think that Noelle is better than him because she's also healing. And back when Furina first came out, I definitely thought that Noelle outshined him because you would be able to play her like in the triple Hydro team, using her as a driver. But then I think like for Ito right these days you would probably run like a wheelchair team. Can you trigger Yolan attacks with him? I don't remember.
No. Well, you weave in a few basic attacks.
Yeah, okay.
But not much. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, you would still use probably as his team core a Scoffier, not a Scoffier, Furina and Shilonen, and I don't know for the fourth option. I can't.
Chiori's pretty decent.
Yeah, Chiori, yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like if you have Chiori and Chiori does a lot of damage, right?
But I mean, compared to like Navia, she's gonna be higher than him, definitely. So I wouldn't put him in B tier.
Yeah, Navi is
It's not even
either probably B. So if we put
B or even maybe even A. I don't
maybe
even
A, that's
remember
stretching it.
but
So we'll see. Okay, maybe
yeah,
we'll
he's
reevaluate when
definitely
we get to
C tier.
Navia. Maybe we'll reevaluate when we get to Navia. But for now, okay, C tier. C tier is fine. Navia is either A or B. Okay, so Goro. Goro next. I mean, just a niche geo buffer, right? So
Yeah,
Goro.
problem with him is that his buffs have really fallen off due to like all the new units coming out.
Yeah, yeah.
Like again, as I said, Farina, Shalonen. Obviously, it's a stupid thing to assume that you will have him on account because especially considering that Ito is already like a super niche pool. You pull him like because you enjoy his playstyle,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
because he's like meta. But Goro these days he doesn't fare too well.
I agree. He's a niche geo damage buffer. At least he does have a niche, right? So I feel comfortable putting him in C tier, although the community is pretty split between C and a D tier actually for Goro. So wow, it's actually close between C and D for them. Look, he's got a role, okay, guys. He's got a role. Let's not be that mean to him.
I wouldn't put him in D's or that would be crazy. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he's still like even if he gets outshined by other supports, he's still a support that can work with defense scaling units.
Yes,
And
yes.
at C6, he does provide a pretty chunky crit damage buff for Geo units, I believe.
40%, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, we don't need to verify it, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's well 40% if it's 3 party members from Geo.
Yeah. All right, Shen He is next. Definitely had an improvement with Escoffier, needless to say. So, thing is, she's not as big of a buff to Skirk as most people might have expected. But with that being said, Cryo, thanks to his Escoffier, is just in a pretty good spot. To me, she seems like an A tier character.
Yeah, I mean, considering that, it's really hard for me to rate her because I have her at C1, and the amount of particles you get from C1 is just crazy.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it's just night and day difference.
yeah. People
Like,
use Favonius.
Yeah, and Favlance. She also like gives the shredding for cryo, applies decent enough cryo for Skirk and for Automaton boss, boosts cryo damage, even though at the end of the day, when you're calculating on the sheets, it's not like that much, but it's pretty decent, and it's also a small dose of dopamine when you see those big numbers for a few initial hits, but I don't know. She's definitely A tier,
Yeah,
especially with the revival of freeze teams.
yeah. She's a very solid option in one of the better teams, one of the best teams in the game. And just like how Ayaka is a solid option and one of the best teams in the game, that's why I think, yeah, A tier is perfectly reasonable. Certainly not S or SS, right? So
If it wasn't for Skirk, maybe she would be in B tier, but she's definitely like rising to the top because of Skirk, like
yeah.
when going up like an extra one step.
Okay, so I always forget this character exists. I'm not gonna lie.
Really? Because so many people like to make shorts of her where they give like random units, Chongyun and her, and then
Wait,
boost together with what's her name?
wait,
We
people?
just talked about her. I forgot her name. Oh my god. What's the cryo girl's name we just talked
Oh,
about?
Shenhe?
Shenhe, yeah. When Shenhe, her, and Chongyun, and you can turn anyone into like a cryo attack damage dealer spammer.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
she's like a troll character. It's funny.
I mean, okay, so if we think about it, can any of the modern characters even use her? You can use her with like
think
Wanderer. If we look down,
Wanderer, not sure if she's really that usable with Chlorand. I don't think so.
no, not really.
Can kind of use her with what's her name? Arlecchino, I guess. She's also like spamming normal attacks. But the problem with this is that I think she also like provides an attack speed buff for normal attacks. But due
Yes.
to hit lag, it really, really differs which character can utilize this.
Yeah, for melee characters. Yeah, I don't know. I have another big issue with her, is that she has serious energy issues.
Oh yeah, definitely. Even if you give her like Fab Lance,
Mhm.
because she only does like one attack basically, unless you do a couple of normal attacks to trigger it.
And
And if you don't have a high crit rate,
and you build her max defense too, so that means that you're not building her with a crit rate circlet for max damage. Or you sacrifice a significant chunk of her buff in order to give her the crit rate for Favlance. So, I don't know. Every time I use her, she feels terrible to use.
you can kind of sacrifice one defense main stat as she's going up in constellations. Because, for example, D2 gives 15% normal attack damage increase for the active unit. Oh, actually, all nearby members, but it doesn't matter. Like, still one active unit utilizing this.
Yeah.
And then C6 gives the attack speed buff.
Oh, hold up.
I mean,
Yun Jin is overpowered in the TCG. There we go.
ooh. There's at least 2 people who's playing TCG mode and watching this stream.
Oh my gosh, the cross-pollination. To me, she's either C or D. Like, she's one of those characters I'd be comfortable putting in D tier, because I would say just don't build her, right? Like, level her up to 60. You can use her as a warm body for Imaginarium Theater, but I would not recommend for you to build her for any team. That's how I feel about her.
I mean, it depends, because there are a lot of normal attackers in the game, and it's not like she provides negligible buff. It's still pretty decent. Problem is that you have to understand that you're gonna have to be sacrificing something to achieve that consistency with her. If we're talking about, like, for example, if in Stygian, I would not use her at all, because going from 0 to what was her requirement? 60 energy, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's
60 energy. So that's still gonna be a lot, especially if she's gonna be the only element character.
only Geo, yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a while to get her up and running.
Yeah, you can't, and she's not like, she doesn't counter any specific boss that's difficult to deal with or anything, right?
No.
So, I don't know. To me, she's a D tier character, but what do you think? Oh, geez. What's this tab? Where did that one come from?
There's no polearm that provides buffs, right? No polearm at all.
Not that she can use. Not that she can use.
Oh, right, because yeah, there's a couple of.
She doesn't heal.
Like Escoffier's or.
Yeah, Escoffier's needs healing.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess if we're designing the tier list in terms of like relevancy, no, right now she's not relevant at all.
So D tier.
She's just in D tier. Yeah.
Okay. We disagree with the community there. I put her in D tier.
I would say that if you're playing the game, yeah, she's C tier definitely for a lot of normal attackers, but there's just not that much content right now that can utilize her buffs.
Yeah, that's the issue. Okay, so Yai Miko might be a little bit difficult to split the tiers for. So we're going to try this split first. Okay, so Yai's basically like Fischl, but I don't know. I would argue she's a little worse than Fischl even.
The problem with her is that the on-field time is way too long.
Yeah.
Like, you have to press 3 times. The burst is also usually, it's a matter of question if you even want to use it.
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken.
And
but I don't think use her burst that often.
I don't think she generates nearly as many particles either, right?
Yeah.
She does work with this one is important though. She does work with Mizuki.
That is true. But with Mizuki, also Fischl works.
Not as well. Well, okay, you're not drawing out Fischl's full potential there, okay? Okay?
Because of not triggering A4?
C6. Fischl C6.
Oh, C6, right.
Yeah. Yeah, so she full potential with Mizuki. Oh man, yeah. I don't know. I do think she's just worse Fischl.
Yeah, but she's definitely. I think she's probably deserving to be like an A tier, because I'd argue she's, at least in aggravate teams, she's still providing quite a lot of value.
Yeah, the problem is aggravate.
I don't know. I mean, I like her in Aggravate team with Tignari.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Tignari team's just, I don't know, man. Probably not
He's
in the
also
best spot.
standard, so we can.
I'll hate them. Right, she's good with I'll hate them too. To be fair,
I don't really
no.
consider Alhaitham in my world. Alhaitham is like for Hyperbloom, but maybe people using him for Aggravate teams.
Yeah. Okay.
I just see him like as that guy, like as I said for Xiangling, he's just clinging onto Nahida's pocket when you're playing Hyperbloom.
Okay. All right. So this is actually really close between A and B tier for the community. They think B tier. Should we just? I feel fine with her here next to Raiden. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe a little worse than Raiden. So, okay.
Off-field damage support is not as super common as you would like to think, to be honest, and especially with Electro, which is like kinda a decent glue for many teams. Not as super dominant as Hydro.
Okay.
It's decent.
Next we have the one and only Boba in the game. We have Ayato.
Oh man, this guy's personal damage. Jesus.
Does he do damage? I forgot.
Oh my god. Wait, I was thinking like when Mulani got released, her single missile is like his whole E-rotation.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, her one chomp is his entire kit. Oh my goodness. It's so sad.
He did not age well. But the thing is, because we're still so dehydrated for off-field hydro application, the problem is that he also requires tons of ER.
Yeah, he does.
Like to make that. But he does provide 15% normal attack damage boost, I think, with his burst.
Oh god, I forgot about that. Wait. Huh.
I remember this because I was considering him for
Escoffier?
I don't know, maybe no.
Or so Skirk
teams, yeah. That's the only thing.
Wait, hold up.
Man, I remember like doing 2 slashes with Skirk, and she's like, Jesus Christ.
Check this out.
It's like 7 slashes of Ayato.
Check this out.
We'll have 15. Oh my gosh. This is what? C4.
Yeah, money well spent, brother.
No, I remember when he came out first, and he was pretty crazy at C6.
Yeah, he could do like his initial Boba Slash. But you know, they actually nerfed his Boba Slash. Can you believe they nerfed his Boba Slash? I can't.
Really?
Yeah. So you used to be able to buffer a normal attack, then press his skill, and then his C6 would come out first before the first slash. So this means that you could vape the larger C6 multiplier. He can still technically do this, but I think the timing is like way tighter now. They did something to it where I used to be able to do it consistently, like literally 90% of the time. Now I can't even do it like 20%. So skill issue probably, but I don't know. They nerfed his Constellation 6, which is pretty goofy to me. I just can't. I can't with this character. So, okay. Question is, what tier? B, C, or D? Where would you put it?
Definitely not D.
I agree.
That would be crazy. C tier, that would be his damage output. But then his utility with the burst, as hard as it is to build it, it's possible he could be like with another Hydro unit when you're building him, like for off-field Hydro support, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah,
yeah, you can give him, I guess, Noblesse. You can give him... Can he utilize any of the buffing swords?
Yes, he can use Freedom Sworn.
Yeah.
I mean, he can use Peak Patrol Song too. You can do 2 Boba Slashes while you're there. I mean, he's got better usage rates than Mona. So, and we put Mona in A. Well, Mona's a standard character too, to be fair. So that cuts her usage, like, basically a lot.
And then she's gone up. And I wonder why. It's not because of Skirk, is it?
Right. Oh, man. Oh, wait, hang on.
Skirk was in 5.7, right?
Yes. Yes, she was.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably safe to place him in B.
B? Okay. All right. Let's do it.
At the same time, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Let's do it. B tier.
He's definitely not there for his damage.
It's B for Boba, not A for Ayato, okay? All right.
Yeah, B for Boba.
The Boba tier. Okay. Next character, Yelan.
Yelan.
Here we go. Start a poll.
Yay.
Fantastic character, in my opinion.
Super fantastic, yes. She's amazing.
Okay. So I feel like she's an easy top A, low S character. Question is,
Definitely
which
not
one?
A. I think she's S. She's S,
S?
definitely, man.
Okay.
She also provides that deprecating but still relevant 40% damage buff that starts
And
increasing.
I feel like Yelan actually has potential to be buffed and not cry.
Plus the bow, Elegy bow.
Elegy bow, right?
Yeah.
I would love to see like her buff also provide lunar based damage too, right? That'd be pretty cool buff for her. But
Why do you keep talking about the buffs? Hoya was not gonna buff anyone.
oh no, I'm hanging on to Hopia, man, and I guess I was gonna make another.
You understand? Their point is to sell the new units.
I was gonna make another video too, so.
You can make it. Nobody's stopping you. But I'm like,
oh man,
it's like I don't know. That's like asking.
Okay, no.
For water to stop being wet.
No, hold on. They buffed her though. Like they actually did buff her. She's got like a whole new character model, dude. Like her hair and everything. It's like now it's like we've moved on from like Super Nintendo to Nintendo 64.
$15 to enjoy it.
Actually, wait, it's only $15? Huh. It's actually cheaper than I
Only?
said. Hey, okay, look,
people like
bro.
from sea countries. This is like a lot of money.
Okay, fair enough. But they're watching us. They know we are filthy whales, and especially me. And compared to other gacha game abuse, right? Like I feel like $15 is cheap, but that
I just spitballed $15. I don't know what's the actual price.
Maybe if you buy like the best combination of deals, it could be like $15. I don't know.
Whatever. Basically, she's a super solid S tier.
Yeah.
She's always been great, and she's always gonna be great.
Yep, probably. Okay. So we can end Yelan Kuki Shinobu, the one and only free-to-play friendly Hyper Bloom driver. I've always had a bias for Kuki.
I only had bias after Sumeru, but if it was Sumeru, she would be S tier. Now it's no longer that.
Yeah, A or B for me personally. Probably. Whoa! Look at the community going crazy. S tier. Wow.
Yeah, because people are still living in the past.
S tier. I mean, look, Kuki is in so many of my 4-star only Abyss 12 clears, right? Like she's one of the few 4-star characters that just is so consistent and is able to handle new Abyss content, which says a lot about her. But yeah, I feel like A tier is pretty reasonable though, because like the issue is Hyper Bloom just isn't what it used to be. Although maybe we'll have a Bloom Renaissance and Kuki might.
To be honest, even if it's not, the relevancy is that the ceiling to build a Hyper Bloom team is so low, and she's so easy to kick things off, and she's just basically amazing. She's the main guy you go to when you want to enable Hyper Bloom teams.
Yeah, and to fix all of your Arataki Ito related problems. So
yeah, no, she's definitely A. Like at least if we're talking about Hyper Bloom teams, but other than that, like I mean, for Abyss, you can easily use her to clear Abyss in Hyper Bloom.
Yeah.
For Theater, yes. For Stygian, I don't know, maybe.
No, Theater's iffy because you need Dendro and Hydro and Electro, so Hyper Bloom just gets
it depends
kicked
on
in the nuts.
Which elements are available and if there are guests.
Yeah, that's definitely a pain. But okay, Heizo is next. I feel like we all forget this guy exists. Like I'm gonna be real. Okay, to be fair, actually you're right. I remember he exists just because we've had so many adjacent characters released to him.
He was the one that ended Inazuma arc, and then we moved on into. I remember that infamous stream where it kept like going backwards and repeating like parts of the stream, like the Samsara stream.
Oh, did it? Well, I don't actually remember that.
Yeah, in 2.8 it was just kept repeating like the stream.
My lips are dry, so. Okay.
I think as a damage dealer focused Anemo unit, like he's definitely not going to be competing in A slot. That's not real. That's like not really
Yeah,
possible. But as a driver, he can definitely still thrive like in taser comps. Actually, it's interesting because when Inefa got released, I totally forgot to test him like in Lunar Charge teams because I was only thinking of Ifa because he's also like healing and he's also like EM based character, and you don't really build this guy with EM. You just go for like the standard
crit. Yeah.
damage dealer build. Yeah, but I think he's niche, but
Yeah,
the with constellations he also like gets a little bit better.
yeah.
So I gotta check.
The issue is like, oh, let's say he does like an 100,000 damage punch. I mean, in these days, that's a single like Skirk N1 or something, right? Maybe, okay, N2 probably. But that's like the problem is that, his damage used to be acceptable, but now it's not. And now that his damage isn't acceptable, you have Sucrose for, any taser related stuff, or Ifa for any taser related stuff. And you have Sayu or Jean for any Farina related stuff. So this just makes it so he has no role, right? And C, though he's still Anemo. He's still Anemo. He still provides an elemental mastery buff. So I think it's fair to put him in C tier personally. D tier seems a little bit harsh because he still provides an elemental mastery buff. And I bet there are still some people that have Heizo and don't have Sucrose. Okay, not many, but there are people like that out there. There are people like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, so we can move on to the next character who is a DMC, the good old Dendro Traveler. So we got Dendro Traveler SSSABC. Okay, this could be a tough split, but we're gonna see. I think personally, probably B or C for her. So we'll see what people think. I might be like kind of influencing chat though if I actually like voice my opinions. But DMC Dendro just not in the best spot right now, but it's still DMC, consistent large AOE Dendro application for Hyperbloom needs. And
the thing about Dendro is that I'm kind of curious to see like how the community has reacted to Pyro Traveler because I feel like because of the Kryn meta, Pyro Traveler is like more relevant to use.
They are
because of like there are so many like comps where they can work, like even with Moika, Overloaded, even Burgeon. Like you can even play Burgeon teams with Pyro Traveler.
Yeah.
But Dendro Traveler has definitely been declining slowly.
DMC
They started up really strong. Like they started really, really strong.
Yeah. DMC, another issue with DMC is its competition, right? You pretty much just always use Nahida over DMC. So yeah, there's that issue for DMC. But I guess if you just pretend like Nahida doesn't exist and then just evaluate DMC, this is fair. I think B tier is fair for her. One of the better Traveler variants in B tier. So some people think C. Okay, well, I think it can be fair.
If you don't have Nahida, then C tier, I would say. But like, if you don't have Nahida, then B tier.
Okay, next character is Tignari. So SSSABC. D is probably a little harsh, but personally, I think he's also B tier. As the main DPS character, Dendro spread, right? So I would just put him here. He does okay damage, but it's not great by modern standards.
Yeah, I mean, when the Selector banner arrives, I'm probably still going to be picking Mizuki from the Selector, even though he also scales pretty well with his constellations. I actually have him at C3, and this is all from losing 50-50s. Technically winning, I guess, because he's one of those illustrious Dia and Tignari pair of people. Now also with Mizuki, but yeah, at C0 he's not the most amazing guy. Like he functions quite well, and like what are they called? Aggravate teams. He also can be used with one of those really low investment slingshot weapons, although I'm not sure actually if he actually doesn't benefit from slingshot too
Wait,
well.
slingshot.
It doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, basically he's a solid damage dealer, but due to like the constant HP inflating happening, he doesn't really offer anything else.
Yeah, actually, I don't think he works with the slingshot.
Well, I remember making a video with him using slingshot, but then I think it was pointed out that there's some kind of like inconsistency with him and slingshot.
Yeah. Probably. Okay. Well, one thing about him that we can definitely appreciate, because we're about to deal with you know who, I know who, Sino, and Tignari will help keep Sino in check as we move on. So we have Klee next. And yeah, he works well with slingshot. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's just a little inconsistent. Anyway, Klee S-A and then B-C-D. So I actually, lately, whenever I run Hyperbloom and stuff, I actually think Klee's actually better than Dendro Traveler. Especially as you get like her constellations and stuff, she feels more consistent and you're also able to move around a bit more than with Dendro Traveler. But with that being said, I don't think she's like a whole tier better than DMC. So I think just putting them next to each other is fine. Oh, yeah. Community thinks she's C tier. C for Klee. Look, I think there's just a bias here because of her name. Okay.
She's really good in Nilo teams, Nilo Bloom teams, due to how we can build her and apply the Dendro and whatever. And also her Dendro application is kind of inconsistent because the boomerang can miss. Like a lot of the times it will miss enemies, their hitbox. The burst also has a weird ICD.
Oh, dude, the best part about using Klee is when you use her burst and then she just yeets it across the screen, not even at the enemy, and it just lands like somewhere God knows where.
Never seen that.
Oh man, dude, it happens to me all the time. I think what happens is that it counts as a projectile that she lobs at the enemy, and if it hits the enemy, it will stop there. But if she lobs the projectile and it misses, it will keep going and then just land wherever the hell it lands. It's kind of like Aloy's bomb when she chucks. It sometimes it's just whiff completely, and it's the worst thing ever. It's the worst thing ever. But yeah, what do you think? You think B or C tier? Personally, I think she's about as good as DMC. And in fact, you can use Klee on Burgeon teams and Burning as well. So
because these days it's kind of more relevant to build DMC in actual PMC.
Yeah,
so
PMC.
She can act as a Dendro slot.
Okay.
She can fill the Dendro slot.
Yes, and my argument for her also being better than DMC is that Burning is a bit more increasingly relevant, right? So you can use her to seriously tick down Lava Dragon statues' HP. And whereas DMC, for example, obviously when it touches Pyro, her burst just explodes and then you're SOL. Yeah, then you're SOL. So I'm going to disagree with the community here. I think she's about as good as a DMC. Oh God, I don't want to. Oh no, what do I do if I'm wrong? Okay, but community puts her in C, and actually I need to move DMC up here to B.
Actually, look at the top. Look at the top. What they did. Look at the top. Can you trust your community? They rated Aloy as SS.
Aloy. Oh my God.
How can you trust these people?
Oh my God. I win to lose this community. Completely cooked. Okay. So let's see. So that's C tier. All right. I think we've put everyone in the correct spots. Oh man, people calling me crazy here. B for Klee. B tier, too high. I
the pressure.
I feel comfortable with her there. You know, so many Abyss 12 clears that I've used Dendro Hyperbloom for. Klee's made it easier than DMC. So that is complete personal bias. I will put it that, or I will completely confess that. Okay, Dory is next, and fantastic character. I think she's been, defining the meta ever since she was released.
By scamming people.
By pointing out how
to be fair,
it's all a
to
scam.
be fair. Yeah, but to be fair, at C6, I recently tried her out. Like, measured the DPS output to compare to like Sino. She's
Oh
not
my
that far
god, dude.
behind.
Oh my god, dude. Don't. I like how Sino's catching strays here. Okay.
In Quick Bloom, she's like almost on par
I'm gonna
with
be
Sino
honest.
at C6.
She might be as good as, like, she's about Sino level at C6, right? And the thing about her compared to Sino is she has a lot less energy issues. Because she batteries herself, right? Like her thingy batteries her.
The new Claymore from the event is also free for her.
Oh, you know what? You're onto something. We got some mega buffs for her. Let's go. Electric charge, lunar charge, or bloom is trigger restore action. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Usually run her with double hydro if you're using Nahida though, just to trigger electric charge then.
Ah, fair enough.
To get the EM boost, but yeah, she's quite solid for a hyper bloom.
Wait, no. If bloom is triggered, she also gets the EM buff here for this weapon.
I'm not sure about this. I didn't really. I was trying to test it, but then I saw a couple of comments saying that she doesn't have to trigger herself. But
okay, interesting. Yeah.
It doesn't say when this unit triggers. So
yeah. Well,
if that's the case, then it's even better.
Man, the Dory buffs that we've needed. Okay. Like, all jokes aside, like, I think she's better than Aloy, Electro Traveler. Like, she's almost a Sino at Constellation 6.
But this is like with a big fat disclaimer that she's C6.
Yes.
You consider that.
Yeah, C6. Fair enough. Okay. So everyone's saying Sino's a lot better than a Dory here. So, yeah, maybe I'm overestimating her. Should we put her in D tier? What do you think?
I mean, to be honest, how many people can have her at C6? Just because a unit is good at C6 a bit, like, yeah, maybe she's in C tier, honestly. D tier, I mean.
D tier? Okay. Well,
yeah, I mean, how many people will have her at C6?
Well, we'll leave her in D tier for now. Okay, so we have Candace.
I don't even know if she was like even given away for free at least once, but like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. We have Sino up next. Man, they did Sino so dirty. Okay, so we got the pull here. Man, I mean, Stygian Onslaught. Oh my god, have any of you guys tried using him there? It is painful, because usually you rely on him battering himself up during his burst, but to fully battery him up for Stygian Onslaught is just like kicking yourself in the nuts here. Okay, I mean, what do you think, man? What do you think?
I mean,
oh my god, hang on, I gotta split the tiers.
Why?
Oh, because we need to know if he's SS, SA, B, C, or D. There we go. Is the community saying he's D tier, or are they saying he's C tier? I'm pretty sure it's C. They're saying he's C tier. But yeah, it's painful every time I use it.
The problem with him is that the same problem with units that have their whole damage locked behind burst, like similar to Xiao, and that is, first of all, like relevance, even like let's say exploration. Like Jesus Christ, what are you gonna do? Tap E and a couple of white hits?
Oh god.
Then like Stygian, what are you gonna do? Like try to spend all your time and effort into battering so you can get into his burst mode. What about others? Like it's Stygian, he stinks.
It's bad. It's bad. I mean, if you actually look at Dory's Constellation 6 here, right? This is after her skill, so she's able to get that infusion regardless.
Yeah.
right? That's her skill. And then her burst, okay, they both cost 80, so yeah, that's painful. But I mean, we're comparing him to Dory, right? Like that says a lot. That says a lot.
Well, what can you do? Like we're in this situation like where he's not like, okay, let's say he had insane damage once he's like in burst mode, but it's not even that. Like he doesn't even have insane damage in burst mode.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I still have him at C2, but I haven't even activated his constellations.
Yeah. It's and him at C6 R5 does less damage than
I activated them now.
Than Varissa.
But I kept them. Yeah.
As well, so it's just so painful. I personally think Dory is overall better than Dory at Constellation 6. Okay, but that's my hot take, and it's not purely just because of how much damage Dory does necessarily, but it's also because of the quality of life that she provides, right? But you know what? I think C tier is fair for him. Personally, it's weird to see him with Yoimiya. I don't know. I think Yoimiya might be a bit better, but yeah, okay. C tier? What do you think?
I mean, yeah. I just remember that he's also pretty terrible against multi-wave content. Because like you're gonna be playing him in aggravate team or like quick bloom or whatever, and there's not gonna be Dendro applied on enemies. I don't think like there's. I guess
just
with
Beidou,
Dendro Traveler,
with
Dendro. Baizhu. Okay, yeah. That guy fixes him.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
That guy helps.
Yeah, I guess he can be in C tier then.
Yeah.
If you have Baizhu.
Yeah, C tier with Beidou. I think it's fair. Okay. All right. So yeah, the community is so harsh to him. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's go next to Candace. Candace is an interesting character. Let's see. Candace. SSSABCD. I think we might get some polarized results for Candace. But she does. One nice thing about Candace is she does have a new team. She's pretty decent with Skirk, especially if you have C6 on Candace, because she will be able to generate those void rifts all on her own. Like one issue with Dahlia is that you need another Hydro character. However, Candace can take the role of both the off-field Hydro applier as well as a basic attack damage buffer for a Skirk. So for that, that's pretty much it. I can't really think of anything else she does.
Yeah, and because Skirk is going to be like definitely dominating the meta, at least for a couple of patches.
Yeah.
We can consider like her being at least in C tier for that matter.
Yeah. Do you think B is too high, or do you think C tier?
Well, honestly, because when I was testing all the team variation, because I'm now speaking from the point of view of like Skirk, because I don't know where you can use Candace outside of that, like in relevant content for Endgame.
I did
Skirk,
use her for Taser because I needed Hydro on both sides and I only had 4-star characters to use. So that's a very niche situation though. Very niche. But yeah.
I mean, I could see her being in B just because if she's C6, then you also have that Hydro application. Plus, she kind of also gives you the infusion for Hydro if you have like someone who can just stay on the field and do a couple of slashes, right? Because I think she gives like Hydro infusion.
She does, yeah. People
burst.
Forget about that. Okay. Yeah, I guess at C6, it's tough between B and C. One issue with putting her in B is it makes her look better than she is, right? Because she is niche. So I feel like we should put her in C tier just to make it seem like we're not really strongly recommending you to invest into her type of situation.
Yeah. I mean, there's like 3 more like Hydro DPS units. Like not the DPS, but like Hydro units I would consider before even using her.
Yeah. Okay. All right. C tier it is. And between the community, it's pretty split. I guess they settled with C tier as well. So that's fine. Okay. So C tier for all of us. And personally, I don't know, I just put it around here or something. Okay, who's next? We have Nilo. I fully expect Nilo to get better. We already know we have Dendro character coming. So...
Well, you're assuming leaks then because she's good with blooms.
Oh,
That's strike one.
Indeed. Very sus. Very sus. We're going to try this split for the tier list. But personally, I feel like she is... Look, in the current meta, she's not fantastic, right? But she enables a powerful bloom-related playstyle. And if we can assume and guess that, for example, the new Dendro character might interact with Bloom, which, I did mention in one of my previous videos. I feel like, Nilo's probably a decent character. So, yeah. And her floor is pretty okay, too. Her floor is okay, similar to Kuki Shinobu in that sense. So, yeah, do you feel comfortable just putting her in A and moving on?
Yeah, I mean, without her, you wouldn't have, this whole unique archetype for Bloom, what's it called again? Golden something. Bountiful blooms, yeah.
Yeah, bountiful cores.
Blooms without her, and it's still a pretty powerful driving force, for many teams, and she definitely can thrive, with different Hydro and Dendro units. She's in a unique position where it just really matters if there's multi-wave chambers or multiple enemy chambers. I just checked the current abyss, and she's not gonna be great because
of the cactus. That's the only reason.
Yeah, the cactus is kind of the killer on the last floor, unfortunately.
Oh, she will obliterate the other two, though. She'll obliterate the other two.
Yeah, other two is like a walk in the park, and sadly, the second chamber is also held back by the fat king.
Yeah.
And Jade Plume, I think, is also I don't know. I think Jade Plume is fine, but yeah, I mean, and also she does have a pretty good vertical investment together, with Nahida. And as long as you can make those blooms go higher, then she's pretty good.
Yeah.
But right now, due to relevancy, I would say she's in B. But because, it matters, what's the next cycle, maybe she's going to be in A.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to determine.
All right. So who's next? Let's take a look. Nahida, probably an easy S tier placement. But we will ask the people. A B minus. I think Nahida, just the best Dendro character in the game. May have increased relevancy. And yeah. Not much else to say.
Yeah, super solid. Just enables tons of teams. Doesn't even matter if it's Dendro team. Just burning is enough to go off for some melt teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big chunky 250. Really EM buff as well.
Massive EM buff. C2 really solid as well, if you get it.
Minor energy
Weapon
issues.
Is also solid.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Her energy doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
You can build her pretty easily.
Yeah. Okay, that was easy. It's pretty easy to, place Nahida, I feel like. So, okay, Layla. Layla is an interesting character. So, Layla. Definitely feel like she's not... A, B, C, a minus. So Layla has one very valuable niche, in that she alone can deal with the secret scam automaton as a single character completely off-field, while also providing shield and some cryo application. Yes, she does provide that. But the main selling point for her, in my opinion, is that capability.
Well, you keep bringing up the guy, but he's no longer there. I don't know. I mean, she's fine. She's a cryo applicator. She can wield one of the swords. The what's it called? And the Nilo sword, I think, for fatter something. I just don't remember, but I think she's good with the Nilo.
The key of Kajdi's nuts, I think.
Or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
She can, at C4, buff normal and charge attack damage based on her max HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. She can also wield tenacity buff. She's a really solid support, basically, for enabling and applying cryo.
Yeah, simple character. Simple capabilities.
And of course, shield as well. Shield.
The shield. She's got one of the better shields. 100% uptime as well. And yeah, tons of a decent amount of little hits. So again, good for the secret scam. Usable with Skirk as well. That's about it. I think we can move on. Okay, we have the playable hat. Wanderer. And I feel like Wander has been struggling a bit lately. Even Xiao's been getting some love, but Wander has not. However, I have some hope for him because he appears to be increasingly relevant in the story. And we'll see, though. Oh my goodness, C-. We're going to have to split. Okay, we're going to have to split up the tiers. C- is harsh. All right. I thought it'd be more top loaded, but it's bottom loaded. So hang on. I'm going to redo this. Do you have any opinion on this guy?
Well, I can only name his cons, and that is 0 resistance to interruption.
Oh, man.
DPS is kind of like meh. Chaska exists.
Oh, man.
Mid-air combat is really clunky compared to her. He does have some, like, access to buffers, like with Farina, I think. Farazan. But other than that, I don't know, man. Like, he's not been faring well.
Man, okay, let's see. Do we have his usage data here? We do. It is blue. Wait, hold on a sec. Actually, now that I'm here... I don't know. Zhongli's not showing up, but whatever. Okay. So Wander's usage isn't that bad. It's at A to B tier level usage rates, even. So, yeah, I think C's a little harsh, personally. But
I mean, look at it this way. Would you say he's on the same level as Xiao?
On a good day, I mean, he doesn't need energy. Xiao needs a crap ton of energy. Like, what about Stygian Onslaught? If you were to consider using the two of them, I would pick Wander.
Yeah, but that partially gets fixed, and because if you're going to be maining one of them, you're going to be like getting Farazan either way, and most people will try to get her at C6. I mean, that's kind of crazy to say, but people who really, really like them will try to get Farazan at C6. Yeah. And Farazan basically, fixes a lot of the ER issues for her.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Well, okay. Xiao does have the advantage of front loading his particles, right? So I think you're right. Yeah, Xiao does more damage. I think that's the issue. Right? So...
like Xiao's meta team and his meta team. Like Xiao's meta team would be Farina, Xinyan, and Farazan. I think that's the best team he has right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's Wanderer's team? Like Farazan C6, yeah, okay. And who else? Farina, let's say.
You can use Farina, Yelan.
Then maybe C4 is Jean.
You can use Anefa too, I guess. Jean, yeah, Bennett. Guess, you can use Bennett as well. I mean, Wander's more flexible, I would say. Well, I mean, Xiao can use all those characters too, for the most part. So, I don't know. I feel like he's similar to Xiao. He's like not so much worse than Xiao that I'd put him in a different tier. Is how I feel about him. Whereas, like, yeah, is he probably worse than Xiao? I mean, the fact that we're kind of having this discussion is like, is he probably worse than Xiao? Yeah, he probably is, right? But actually, yeah, that's a great thing to compare. Actually, so we can compare Xiao with Wander usage rate. Of course, this is not accurate, but we can see Xiao generally a bit higher, but also lower lows as well, right? So they're very similar, I would say, in usage rates in Natlan, in my opinion. Yeah?
Well, technically, I guess, due to lunar charged changes, he's probably going to be good against the Sombrero boss.
Yeah. Right? He can easily drive Yelan plus Or Xingqiu Yilan with a
compared to
Nefa.
Xiao in that same room.
Yeah, Xiao has
That's
to
great.
interweave his basic attacks or whatever, which is awkward. Okay, I feel comfortable putting Wander next to Xiao. I think that they should be in the same tier because it's not like Xiao's like a tier better, and I feel like it's not like Wander is a tier worse, right? They do have different advantages for sure. But yeah, okay. What do you think? B tier for us, C tier for the community?
I think it's fine.
Okay. All right, so next character, Faruzan. Wow, talk about like a niche. Can you get more niche than this character? Actually, there was some crazy stuff that people did with her, but I will talk about that in a bit. So S, 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 A, B, C, and D. No, she's
Like normal people or whales.
Yeah. Okay. So one really cool team I saw that was like seriously cooking some stuff, but it was main DPS Faruzan with Layla, as well as I think someone else, to destroy the secret scam automaton. All 4-star weapons and characters as well, by the way. So a pretty interesting option. Certainly an option nonetheless, but I found that a particularly unique application for Faruzan. But yeah, so C6 character. Yeah, if we are evaluating her as C6.
She's C6, right? Because we're assuming she's C6 and she's the one that keeps the animal dream alive, basically.
Yeah, she is. She is. So where is she? Her constellation 6, of course, adds 40% crit damage and has her thing keep triggering, which it's one of the best constellation 6s.
I don't think even it says in the description, but the main point of that is that she's creating particles constantly.
Yeah, she is doing that too. Wanderer doesn't care as much, but Xiao certainly appreciates it. So, okay. Community thinks she's B tier. What do you think, man? I think either A or B. I feel like it's B because
it would be so funny if she would be A.
Yeah, she's A, and then Xiao.
She is the one that's enabling them.
Yeah, the two of them are being wheelchaired by Faruzan.
A new Anemo DPS coming out, like again, she's gonna be used. Like,
yeah,
it's not like she's providing something niche. She's literally shred Anemo resistance and provide. I think she also provides Anemo damage boost, right?
Yeah, she's got like a lot of weird little buffs in her kit. Yeah,
and she's a bow user, right?
Yes, she's also bow, so she can use Elegy, though most the Anemo DPS characters don't care about the EM buff, but yeah, she can use it for the attack buff. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, people are voting. I mean, here they're asking me to split it real quick, so I'll do it. I'll do a quick split. So Faruzan, and I'm gonna specify C6. So SS, S. No, there's no way people are gonna vote SS. So I'm just gonna put S. So there we go. We're gonna narrow it a bit and also specify. Be very clear that it's C6 Faruzan that we're rating here. Yeah, people are voting A for her as C6. I guess in a vacuum, if you think about her kit, it is good. It is funny if we do move her up.
if you wanna play them like on a decent like level, not I don't want to say the word competitive because there's nothing you're competing against. Well, technically you are competing against your friends in the leaderboards in Stygian, but I don't think you're gonna use animal teams in Stygian. Oh, you did say that she was able to clear Dire?
Oh, no, Abyss. That was Abyss 12.
Oh, Abyss.
Yeah, the secret scam, not the Dire, bro. Yeah, maybe at C6 level, like 5 stars she can, but yeah, not otherwise. So, okay, community says for C6 Faruzan specifically A tier, and that's fine because we're evaluating them as C6. Okay, for us, should we leave her in B or do you want to move her up? I'm fine with either.
I think it's gonna look weird, but when looking back on those points of like determination, ease of use, relevancy, personal damage contribution, definitely not personal damage. Personal investment easy, team cost relevancy. Like she's missing 1 point basically.
Yeah.
Because she's pretty easy to use at C6. So I don't know, maybe A.
Maybe A. Okay.
It's funny. I mean, what can you do? The C6 Farazan. Gotta have her.
Oh man. Okay.
Want big numbers.
Okay. We got Alhaitham next. Alhaitham, still a pretty decent DPS character. Certainly not his glory days anymore. His bones are starting to creak. But we're going to split the tier list like this for now, and we'll see if we need to readjust it. But I think he's still just a solid best Dendro DPS in the game, making him... Well, okay, minus Kanish. So Kanish is probably better. But he's the best non-burning. So if you need, for example, teams that rely on even electrocharged or lunar charged, Alhaitham is definitely going to be the better option over Kanish. Because, he can be run in those quick bloom teams and you can just squeak out a little bit of extra hydro application in order to, activate lunar charged, electrocharged, etc. Yeah, just a solid A tier quick bloom DPS character. Well, spread bloom, spread aggravate as well. You can run him in aggravate too. So, yeah. Yep. What do you think, man? You got any opinions on him?
Well, I'm thinking right now from the point of view of what's his name, Kanish?
Yeah, Kanish.
Yeah, because obviously they're both on different teams. Like he's on Hyper Bloom or Quick Bloom, and Kanish is on Burning, or I don't know what else you would call it.
Just Burning.
Burgeon, I guess. Yeah, Burning. You can also play him in Burgeon, but it's not really super relevant.
Huh? People.
I did manage to clear with him back in 5.7 the Hydro Tulpa on the level 5 difficulty, but definitely not on Dire. Dire, he's just not going to be able to keep up with especially once you have the big shield.
Yeah.
You have to break it, so he's not going to... You can clearly see, like, he's not up to par with damage output. Like, no, I don't know, unless you have him at C6, but he was C0.
Yeah.
Account, or maybe C1, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, I guess, maybe, but, like, is he better than Anemo DPS units currently?
I think so. I personally think so. He's probably a little bit better than Wander and Xiao. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah,
I would say so.
Guess.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's fine. It can be an A tier. I mean, we already put Nilo in there. Nilo right now doesn't really have much to do in the game. So.
Fair enough. Okay. So. Okay, who's next? Let's see. We have Yao next. All right. Yao. So SSS. There's no way people are going to, I think, put her. Okay, we're gonna split it like this for now. She just seems like a B tier character to me. Just applies Dendro, heals. That's it. The end. Beidou, but worse. Yeah.
I mean, I think that she did kind of took the fall for Dendro teams declining the hardest, because one of the things that was celebrated about her is that she was like super accessible Dendro support, also with healing, and also good both in aggravate or Hyperbloom teams. But these days, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say she's in B tier.
Yeah, it's fine. I feel like it's fine. Not fantastic, not bad, not great. Just an average character. Okay, that was easy. Okay, Dia. Oh man.
SS tier immediately.
Oh man, I feel so bad for her. They had an idea and it wasn't a good one.
Bro, I have her at C5. I lost so many 50-50s.
Nice. She will almost do non-negligible damage.
She's almost there to match Diluc's damage.
Oh my god, bro. That's crazy.
I mean, her pyro application is not the worst. The armor she gives is pretty decent.
Yeah.
You can play her in some reaction teams like Burgeon.
I think she's pretty solid for Milani, to be honest, because you don't want to lock your Mavwika with her. I think she can apply I think she has enough Pyro application to do all the chomps plus the burst, whereas Pyro Traveler might struggle to do that. Chat will have to correct me if I'm wrong about that. So, yeah.
And you don't care how about her energy at all.
No,
playing with Milani.
no, just give her a sack and call it a day.
Yeah. Yep.
Sack plus instruct. She can even run instructors for the 120 EM boost. Although yeah. So that's a pretty nice boost. C is a bit harsh. I personally feel like as bad as she is, B seems too high though, right? Like B seems too high. So yeah, probably C tier. I think C tier is fair.
She's situational. I mean, if we're considering just Milani teams, maybe.
Yeah.
B, but like you can still vape with Milani using others.
Yeah, you can. I agree. So okay. C tier is fine. Just put her somewhere around here. That's fine. Okay. Next character is who's that? That's Mika. Yes, he exists. Mika is a character in this game. All right.
Mika is actually good for Skirk, if I'm not mistaken, because he gives like 20% attack speed buff. Remember? We even tested, I remember, back when we were working on the video.
Yeah.
Mika, he also provides healing, so he's decent in Farina comps, which coincides with the fact that he's also going to be running along with Farina and Skirk team.
Oh man, the community doesn't like him. D tier for Mika.
I'm going to remind you, those people rated Aloy SSS.
Dicka, oh my.
Where does he provide 20% attack speed? I don't remember now.
It's his skill. His elemental skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can use him.
I mean, if it wasn't for Farina or Skirk, he would definitely be in D tier, but I don't know.
Yeah, he was supposed to buff physical damage.
There's so many healers in the game, and he has 0. Okay, not 0. 1 count of
cryo
application of cryo. Yeah, his burst doesn't even do anything in terms of damage. It's just a beautiful glow.
I think he's a C tier character. You can use him with Skirk, okay?
Yeah.
Wait,
he's definitely one of the 4th slot options you can go for. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, communities put him in D tier. We can move on. I'll put him in C. Okay. So next character is Beidou, who I feel like just solid character for all Dendro teams. Good for Nouvellette as well. Not like best for Nouvellette anymore, but still pretty decent.
Well, he was dominating, at least in the Fontaine, completely in Nuvi teams.
Yeah, he was. Okay, so we're gonna split it like this. See if that suffices. But yeah, he just feels like an A tier character. Just the simple him and Nilo, good old buddies, reminiscing about the good old days in Sumeru.
Fixes beautiful Sino. A little.
Gives Sino a tiny grain of hope.
Resistance to interruption plus multi-wave content.
Yep, lots of healing, thrilling tales. By the way,
boosts reactions, right?
Boost reactions.
I forget that, but I think he boosts reactions.
Boost reactions. Okay, so all right, easy A tier placement for everyone involved. And then we have this guy. Look, Kaveh belongs in D tier because he literally deletes people's games.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I think that was a myth, or maybe not, because you wouldn't have to use Kaveh specifically, but it was just used as a troll character to just go into people's worlds and delete their objects.
Man, that is crazy. Yeah, good thing I never co-op. Did they ever fix that or what?
I don't know.
Oh wait, I need to add a thing for Kaveh. Kaveh. SS
or D.
Oh man. Wait, does this character actually do anything in combat?
I recently made the video, so I had the pleasure of reintroducing myself to him.
I forgot what he does.
Okay, so what he does is that he's sort of supposed to be like Nilo.
Right.
So he empowers quote unquote bloom reactions, but in reality he's like marginally boosting bloom damage. He also like immediately explodes them when he
Yeah.
uses like his abilities. Then the funniest thing about him is that he is kind of not the worst together with Nilo, because you can play him on field and he just always stays at max health because he gets healed by blooms. Like literally, he gets spammed by healing. He'll just sustain himself from all the bloom explosions.
So Kaveh best healer confirmed.
Yeah, he's definitely the best healer in Nilo teams, and also, what was it? Yeah, he has really weird ownership of bloom reactions, and I'm not sure like how the bloom he himself boosts. But at the end of the day, basically, he's just there. He exists, but he's not really worth putting your resources into.
All right.
Like, I even bothered to level him to 80. He was at 60 just to make sure he doesn't look pitiful in my video.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Whoa! I never activated his constellations. Holy!
Jeez!
Wow!
I only had him like at C3.
That shows you guys how long it's been since I've used him, and
wow, he's even level 90.
Yeah, everyone's level 90. Everyone is, to be fair, but yeah. I mean, look at his talents are only level 6. Oh, I forgot he existed.
His talents don't deal damage, so it doesn't matter.
Oh man, I completely forgot this lad existed. My God! So D for delete Kaveh. That was a pretty easy one. Okay, we have Kirara next. Kirara. Let's go. S, 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 A, B, C, and D. So I gotta admit something. Kirara is another character who I always struggle to use well. Like, I always see people doing well with her, and every time I use her, she just doesn't do anything. But one really cool and fun thing with Kirara is that she has high mobility, constant dendro application, and this is actually very unique for her. So what this means is that for multi-wave content with Nilo Bloom, she's able to just run around the map, just deleting, like it's just like a delivery box of death, death, bloom, and destruction. So plenty of bountiful core damage as she, just does that, which is a really fun playstyle. Reminds me of like Sayu, where, when Sayu rolls around with her infused elements, like a ball of death. But with that being said, in terms of just like actual damage that she does for Nilo teams, it's not like better than the other characters, right?
She's also one of those units that has this really forgettable C6, but she does provide 12% elemental damage for everyone after using skill or burst. But it doesn't stack, I think.
12%?
Yeah, so it's not that bad. I mean, this is mostly relevant for...
Oh, man, that's so low, man. That's so low. That's like Cinder City without being Natlan. Yeah. Okay, I actually like Kirara just for that mobility thing. And if we do see like a lot of split location content that favors Dendro, she could actually be really good for that reason. Because Nahida, has the cooldown on her skill, and then, she has the Xerox as well. Kirara can just walk over there and just blow things up. So, okay, C tier for her. Looks like community thinks she's C tier. Do you think she's C tier, or do you want to put her somewhere else?
C tier.
C tier. All right, maybe around here. That sounds good. Okay. So next we have... Who's next? Oh, the GOAT.
Brother, just put them in D tier and let's move on. Jesus.
Hang on, we gotta give her a fighting chance.
I don't know what Hoyle was thinking with this. Like, they even bothered to create all of those like globules they create. You were thinking like, oh, maybe this will be great with like another unit who creates globules, and then guess who creates them? Nuvi and what's her name? I forgot.
Siegeween.
Jesus.
Oh my God. And it's not even just that. It's like...
Look at people trolling. SSSA 23%.
SS tier for sure. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. SS for super sucks. All right. Let's move on. I think she's debatably worse than A. Okay. You know what? She was actually broken, like literally broken for some time, where you could just pump out Shao lanterns and then her burst would get stuck on it and it would hit like 20 times more than normal.
remember that.
Yeah.
And they patched it.
Oh, R.I.P. Okay. R.I.P. So, all right. She got patched into the D tier. You know, she actually, I would argue in the overworld, she was probably SS tier. But now, no, not so much. Not so much. Okay. So we've got Linny next. And Linny...
We're moving into Fontaine.
Fontaine finally. So I think Linny's going to be more top-loaded, but personally, he's a bit dated now. Still does good damage. The issue is there's just characters that do a lot more damage. And oh, wow. Okay, so more people. Okay, I'm going to have to split it. We're going to have to split it. So let's do SSS.
I think Linny is one of those units who also like benefits a lot if the player has like good understanding of how to like time his attacks.
Okay.
Rotation wise, like how they approach him, because he is that kind of a guy where you kind of need to know when to like unload all his damage.
Yeah, he's a little harder to play, right? Charge shots, things like that. You need those 2 seconds. Without a shielder, of course, that's painful at times. Yeah.
But I would say in terms of like damage output, he's definitely not gonna be in B tier because he still rivals like Hu Tao.
Yeah. Okay. A tier's fair, right? We feel happy with this?
Yeah.
All right. We can move on to Lynette. R.I.P. Lynette. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I really don't know what to say about her because I never bothered like learning her. I remember just made the video and I moved on, and I don't even remember what the video was about. Again, Anemo unit.
I mean, yeah, Viridescent Venom. I think she has a couple niche advantages. She is a swordie, so of course Freedom Sorn, as well as a Peak Patrol Psalm, more so Freedom Sorn. And she also provides... does she provide anything? Yes. She provides a small attack buff, somewhere between 8 and 20%, probably realistically 16% attack. And that's it. That's all she does.
Amazing.
That's all she does. So, oh, she has a taunt. Okay, yeah, C tier, easy C tier. You know, she's not useless. She's still an Anemo character. I think she's on the level of Anemo Traveler. So, there we go, easy C tier. Oh man, Freminette, Eula, but is he worse than Eula? I'm actually not sure. Maybe at C6 they're pretty similar. A, B, C, D. There we go. Yikes. Oh my gosh. One of the biggest yikes character, I think. Zoom out a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. Yeah. Okay, do you have anything to say about him before we just dump him in the D tier?
I think he's one of the characters who has the unique plunge animation for Chongyun plunge teams. That's all I remember.
Does he? Well, yes. Okay, Nuvolette. Oh, Nuvolette. Okay. Nuvolette somewhere, either SS or S, for sure. Personally, I think he's at the bottom of SS or at the top of S. Probably SS overall. He's like...
I mean, yeah, in terms of like impact on the meta and how often he would use him and how adaptable he is and like how many ways it can approach most enemies with him. He's just really flexible.
He is, yeah. And
he has the best, Orochis Mechanic de Nelis Cardinal songs.
I think Nuvolet's main issue was that the content has been very unfavorable towards Hydro main DPS characters. And that's like really his only issue. Besides that, yeah, I mean, he's just, he's Nuvolet, right? This is Nuvolet. He heals. He does, I try to do more damage with Ayato. I can't. 3 spin to win strategy, everything. So, okay. Self-sustaining too. Yeah. So, I can see Nuvolet struggling a little bit in the future, but for now, he's still one of the GOATs. All right. We got Wriothesley next. I like Wriothesley a lot, but
He's fun.
Yeah, he's fantastic to play. And I'm pretty sure probably A tier or better, or probably A tier, so we'll see though what people think. Okay. Personally, I feel like he, like in terms of with Skirkin or with this Kofier for freeze teams, I feel like he feels better than Ayaka to use, but that's probably just my bias. Ayaka also is just really clunky to begin with, so yeah.
Yeah, and Escoffier really made him sweet.
Yeah. Also, he can be used in Melt too, so he's got more flexibility in that regard.
Yeah, and Burning Melt, like with Nahida.
Yeah. Okay. Easy. Wow, we're getting through these quick now. So, Furina.
Easily SS. What can we say?
Okay.
F tier.
There we go. F for Furina.
Like, she literally, I don't know, she's probably the character that has the longest lasting impact on the meta.
On the Genshin Impact.
She revitalized the healer role.
Oh my god.
Yeah, insane usage rates.
Look at that usage rate. It's crazy.
Yeah, you could talk about her like impact for hours, I guess. And she's also like I assume like one of the most favorite, like fan favorite characters, like for cosplay and whatever. I've seen like so many Furina cosplays on Reddit or somewhere.
Yeah. Fan favorite, with her fanfare, and just debatably the best character in the game, right? Debatably. So we will
Support.
just move on.
But not even support, like also sub DPS as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Sub DPS and the absolutely crucial off-field Hydro application, right? Absolutely crucial. I will say this, I'm a little worried about her future in the meta, because obviously Columbina looks to be Hydro. We don't know that for sure, but I mean, she'd be making Hydro high heels, so nobody else does stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm a little worried about her in the future, but for now, and
Unless she's doing the same thing as Furina, then I wouldn't worry, because the point of Furina is that she makes healers useful for the teams, because if you remove Furina from the team, then healers just heal.
yeah.
Furina can like provide tons of like damage boosting.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, most of the damage dealers coming out in the future in Nodicrai will be like similar to Inefa, where they don't really care about damage buffs.
Yes, where the bonus damage multiplier is useless. That is where my concern is. Well, not useless, but SS, S, A, B, C, D. So we'll try Charlotte like this. Yeah, simple cryo healer. She can use tenacity, kind of. She can use thrilling tales, noblesse.
I don't remember, but I think she's also pretty decent in script teams as well, due to TTDS and healing for Furina.
Yeah,
she's solid.
Yeah. That's right. So she's a good free to play option for Furina Skirk as Kofier. Similar to Mika, to be fair, but people don't like Mika.
Well, the thing with Mika is that if outside of Skirk teams kind of falls off, but at least in Furina teams, you can still use Charlotte, like for example with Nuvolet.
You can use Mika too for that.
Why?
I mean, the only thing they're
Oh, right,
providing.
because her TTS doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Her TD ODS doesn't matter. So the only thing they're providing is one draconic stack. I mean, I'm not trying to add. This is kind of like advocating for Mika at this point, which is kind of weird, right? But yeah, I actually think Charlotte and Mika are pretty similar in terms of viability, but people kind of just don't like Mika, and I don't blame them. But yeah, what else can Charlotte be used for? She had a couple interesting like melt setups because of her unique cryo application on her burst, but yeah, that's about it. Oh, she's better with Mavuika. Yeah, she's better with Mavuika. You can melt a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is that TDS outside of newbie teams is still more relevant than attack speed buff that Mika provides.
Fair enough. Okay. We'll leave her in B tier. Let's leave her in B tier. Yeah, it's pretty split between B and C as well. So, yeah, we've got Yao Yao and Charlotte being in the same tier, though, as these characters. Does look a little weird, but we can reevaluate. Okay, we've got Navia. Navia next. Oh. Okay, Navia. SS. S. A. B minus. Okay, yeah, I mean, she just does some damage. That's pretty much it.
I mean, she can definitely easily utilize both Farina and Shilonen. And together with Shiori, it's like a really hard-hitting team problem. Like, it's pretty decent. Like,
and the super scummy practice of this, Shiori's Constellation 1, I'm still mad about that to this day, even though, like obviously, I have her at C6, but why? Why would they do that? It feels worse when it's done like this. Instead of, for example, just providing a big ass damage boost for Chiori at Constellation 1. That's what they've been doing instead, right? Instead of like kneecapping part of their kit to literally not even work, they make all the kit work, but instead just add a much bigger number with Constellation 1. So just a better design choice because it feels better, even if it's ultimately the same result, right? Because like in Chiori's case, if her Constellation 1, like if she just made 2 Tomato dolls and then her Constellation 1 just made her do like 40% more damage or something, then very similar result, but no. So, wait, why am I talking about Chiori? Oh, we're talking about Navia. Do you have anything to say about Navia?
No, I think she's pretty well placed in A tier.
Huh.
Yeah, I know.
Right, and yeah.
I told you, it's going to start looking weird when you start adding more characters.
Yeah, it's starting to look weird now. It's starting to look a little weird.
We can rearrange it later.
Okay. Community thinks she's A tier. All right. Chevy. Oh, man. One of my favorite characters, personally.
So crazy because I don't think people even... I'm not talking about, like, the viewers right now who are watching, but, like, people initially didn't even, like, value her new team archetype at the start. And now I think also, especially with Natlan, with Movico, with Varesa, it's just been like skyrocketing and so valuable. Like
it's so good.
It literally, she enables an archetype that wouldn't exist otherwise, and it's all thanks to her. So in my opinion, like maybe weird, but there's a lot of teams you can play with, like in Overload Chevy. So I would place her in SS tier, to be honest.
Whoa. Okay. That's a pretty hot take. But my personal bias would put her in the SS tier, honestly. Whew. Oh man. Okay. I'm sweating here. This is big hot take commitment. Obviously, at least S tier. Okay. That we can all agree on. And we're
S tier by the minimum, yeah.
We're also evaluating her at C6, okay?
Yes, I'm assuming she's C6 because she does provide a decent amount of buffs at C6 as well.
You can also use her, as interesting as this sounds, you can use Chevy C6 as the second Pyro character, or even as the first Pyro character for... I believe C1 Chaska. I forget which of these constellations makes it easier for her to run less elements, but I think it's Constellation 1. But so a really cool thing about Chevy's Constellation 6 is you don't actually have to trigger Overloaded for it. So she can still provide this 60% pyro damage bonus, even outside of Overloaded teams, which is really cool. She can also use the Symphonist of Sense too. So the Smelly Fork. She's actually the best user of the Symphonist of Sense, ironically. Better than Escoffier, because for Escoffier, you still have to use her burst. Chevy, you just tap E, and bam, you've got the Symphonist of Sense buff. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic character. SS tier, that's a hot take. But, all right, man, I'll let you make the call. You want to do SS tier?
This tier list belongs to both of us, so if you think she's below, we can wade towards your way. To be honest.
Okay. Let's put her here.
I'm just excited that she enables like so many teams.
She does. She's
and you definitely need her, because without her, those teams do not exist.
those teams suck. They're atrocious without her. So, okay, S tier for now. S tier from the community. All right, Xiangyu, let's go. Very interesting character. Very interesting character.
She's the reviver. She's literally giving like second life to so many D tier characters if they're able to effectively spam their plunges.
Yeah.
But of course, you then need to have Farina and C6 Benny for this to work.
Yeah, or Sitlali.
Maybe in some cases. Yeah, or Sitlali.
Yeah, Sitlali instead of Farina. So yeah, one of those. Yeah, I mean, there are some really broken teams with Xianyuan. She's also pretty good with Orisa too. But yeah, I don't think she's S tier material. I think she's high A tier, personally. You know? Yeah. She's one of those characters, if you know what you're doing, she can definitely be S tier. Right? Because like, if we start to talk about, you know, like, catapulting Gaming or even plunge Diluc up to the stratosphere with melt and really good rotations, you know, those teams hurt a lot. But for most players, I would say she's an A tier character, because, you know, they're going to be using her with like a Xiao or Verissa, and while Verissa might be an S tier character, spoilers, Verissa is equally good on overloaded teams for most players. So that, you know, I don't know. It kind of diminishes her role a little bit, but yeah, either S or A. I mean,
I'd put her in A, because at the end of the day, even if she does enable a lot of like D tier characters, they're still not going to be.
They're still D tier characters.
Yeah.
They're still D tier characters. Okay,
it's pretty nice that she can like.
It is
make people happy.
It is
use their like mains.
One thing, I really like characters that enable like a whole new playstyle, and Xianyuan is one of those. Kind of like you were mentioning with Chevreuse too, right? So okay. Up next we've got Gaming. Man, this is one of those characters that's like either D tier for most people or like even S tier for others. He's just got such a big range of how good is he when different people use him.
I don't know. I mean, he's been. I mean, we also have to be assuming he's C6, because
yeah.
C6.
Yeah, C6.
But like, I don't know. His damage output is pretty decent. And Shalonen helps him, I think, and Sitlali helps him. I think he even actually synchronized with Sitlali's. Grab application.
Yep.
So basically, he got the Natlan treatment, and he's been thriving from it.
Yes, yeah. Probably up around here. He's probably around Hu Tao levels. Although I think Hu Tao's probably behind the freeze buddies.
The problem with him is obviously that you have to play the whole mini game of catching his dog or lion or whatever it is. And the whole mini game obviously makes it so that I literally have no idea how people on mobile would see it, because it's already a tiny screen and your fingers are blocking the view. But like on PC, it's even sometimes hard to see where that little fucker goes away. It's coming back to you.
I think his name is Daiting. Daiting? Yeah.
Daiting.
It's probably like Daiting something. Okay, Chiori. Oh, man. Yeah, freaking Chiori, man. Okay. A, B, C minus. We'll do the split like this, and we'll see. Man, so much missed potential. I think just the poor constellation design just screwed her.
Greedy. You meant to say greedy.
Greedy, yes.
Yeah.
Beyond greed. Too greedy. It's a shame. I mean, she's pretty good. Especially with Constellation 1. She's actually, I would say, very good. But without that, you know, then you're stuck with like Ito or something, which is just, you know, it's, I mean, no offense to Ito, but, you know.
Yeah, the fact that she really needs to have 2 of those dolls on the field makes it a bit harsh on her DPS output and how it like becomes kinda meh.
Yeah.
If you don't get those 2 dolls active.
I actually agree a lot with this chatter here. Cerberus, B at C0 and A at C1. That's actually totally fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. Okay, and as a compromise, we'll just put her at the top of B. Community tier list completely unordered because you guys aren't even capable of ordering things. No sorting for you guys. So Arlecchino's next. SSSAB, just a pretty solid S tier DPS. I mean, I think it's pretty clear, right?
Oh, definitely.
Just
she's been amazing.
Yeah. Just a very good.
She's also been able to fully utilize all the Natlan buffers.
Almost fully utilize. Yeah.
Who she's not utilizing fully?
Sitlali. Yeah, because she can't fully spam her basics, right? She has to pause.
Well, yeah, you have to pause. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and it's not the same as Mavuika motorcycle interruption, but
yeah, Mavuika has to pause a little bit too, but I'd say she loses less of her attacks from pausing than Arlecchino, right? Like Arlecchino, just
and
like
also the same will be with Ian-san when playing in Chevy Overload teams with Arlecchino, is that you have to like do the N3 dash cancel.
Yeah,
I think.
A lot of dash cancels.
To maintain the movement buff.
Yeah.
But overall, it's pretty clear that she can still like stay on almost on the same level as. Well, not on the same level as Mavuika, but like with many other
comparable. She's playing in the same ballpark, right?
Yeah. She's definitely still there to match others.
This is not like Sino, right? Who's like he's like in the little leagues. Arlecchino's still playing in the big leagues, okay?
And due to the way her animations work, it's kind of great that she can also then utilize Ian-san. And then you can also still utilize Sitlali with some caveats.
Yes, indeed. All right. Next, we have Chlorine. So, SSS and
chloroform.
Probably somewhere in the middle, if I had to guess. So we'll split it like this. Okay, where did I put her? Wait. Oh, there she is. Okay, so we got Chloron next. And yeah, I mean, Verissa stole her job. Like, there's no getting around that. And then I feel like maybe some characters are going to come steal Verissa's job. The Electro DPS role is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, so Chlorond Overloaded, Chlorond Quick Bloom, Chlorond Aggravate. You know, you've got the works with her, so she's reasonably flexible. But yeah, she just doesn't do like an insane amount of damage or anything, but she just does enough damage is how I would describe it. So, yeah. You have any opinions on her?
I'm a bit sad that she didn't end up working too well with Ian-san because if she gets body blocked, then it doesn't count for the movement. I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. I mean, yeah, you can try dashing around.
Oh, no. Dashing for her is a DPS loss. An issue though. Oh, you mean like using her skill to dash around the boss or what?
I mean, after 3 hits, you do the dash and hope you don't hit into the enemy.
Yeah, and then she's standing almost completely still during the 3 hits. So yeah, Yansong compatibility issues. But yeah, A tier is totally fair for her. I think everyone agrees there. Oh my gosh, the second biggest waste of primo. Okay, the third biggest waste of primo gems
And she's not even on standard banner. As remember the rumors, she was supposed to be on the standard banner.
Okay, I don't know how many W's or N's she has, so she's just gonna get them all. Okay, give me a D tier. No, she's better than D, right? She's better than D. Come on, she adds like 100k deep damage for the team when she's with Furina because of her additional flat skill damage bonus.
This is your territory. I came unprepared for her. I don't know what's happening with her.
I
never bothered her after using
okay,
her
okay.
once.
With various Furina combos and combinations, you know, she can kind of work, right? The issue is, let me see what teams people have been cooking up with her. It's got to be like New Valette or something, or like Furina weird wheelchair situation. So let's take a look. So we got where is Siege Queen? Is she even on this list? Is she a character? Did they remove her from the game? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, people are just kind of using her as like just a healer for Furina. It
makes sense.
Yeah, but the thing is that she's never best in slot for any of those teams. That's the issue. She's always like playing second or third fiddle, and for a recent, you know, like featured 5-star character where you have to spend like $200 to $300 to get, that's not a great value proposition. And that's my issue with her. It's not that like she's like horrible or worse than Barbara or something, because I don't think she is. In fact, like her healing is actually very good. You just tap E and then bam, your whole team is going to be healed. So I can't put her in D tier, guys. There's no shot. I think she's C tier or even low B. Like even low B, I would argue. So let's look.
I think low B is a bit pushing it, but C tier is fine.
C tier is fine. Look, her usage rate is okay. Okay, guys. Okay, look at that. That's A tier usage rates levels. All right.
These are just people who are coping when using her because they pull for her.
Fair enough. I think if you did pull for her, you liked her, right? So, oh man, look, she's on par with. Look, I'm trying to be objective here. I think she's on par with Charlotte. Okay, because the amount of damage that she buffs for Furina is probably a bit less than the amount of damage you'd gain from passing that buff on to someone else with Charlotte. I don't know, guys. All they had to do for Siege Queen was to make her generate one additional blue ball. Okay? That's all they had to do.
Blue ball?
Yes. Instead of just generating 2 blue balls, all they had to do was make her generate 3. But no, they didn't do that. So that way, she can't give New Valette an extra laser beam. Oh my gosh. So yeah. TDODS is better than Siege Queen buff. You're right. And Charlotte also gives New Valette a draconic stack. We'll move on. C tier. I'm putting her in C tier. Okay, guys? You guys put her in D tier. You guys put her here. She is worse than Hydra Traveler in your list. Okay? So you're responsible for that. I'm not. I'm not. All right, Sethos.
I recently watched an interesting video by this one content creator, but I cannot remember the video. It's like an hour long. The whole journey of like how Sethos has been utilized by them.
Yeah.
It's a pretty interesting watch, but other than that, I think he's kind of like a high skill ceiling character.
He is.
Because he does have that, I think it was N1 spam, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. He's got multiple play styles, and each one kind of actually does play a purpose, which is kind of cool. But yeah, for the average Joe, I don't recommend him. And even for me, I don't recommend him for myself. But he does actually do damage, and for a 4-star character, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's really cool how they design him, and he was one of those early characters who's like now that we have Aresa, but like he was taking chunks of his energy to shoot like balls, not
Yeah.
balls. Still thinking about Siegeween.
Too many blue. I mean, we just got barraged by blue balls, so I don't blame you. You got Nuvolette and okay, C tier, easy C. Emily is next. Okay, is C6 Sethos better than like C0 Tignari? Honestly, probably, but most people aren't going to play him like that, right? Like he is legitimately difficult to play. So B, C minus. Let's do Emily next. Okay.
She's really solid with Kniech. Basically,
A tier Kniech teammate, right?
Take away, yeah. She's basically really solid with Kniech. Deepwood user, or if you want to play her, I guess.
Yeah.
More DPS, you use the other set, but mostly you just use her with Deepwood and help boost Kniech damage, and she's super easy to play. Deploy the skill. And the Lava Dragon statue fight was really enjoyable to play with her because it was just, she's literally Dendro Fischl, basically.
Okay. Was she even in the story? I don't remember seeing her.
I don't know. I think she had personal story, maybe.
I don't think she's in the game.
No, she is in the game. I think she has her personal story.
She does.
Like 99 uncompleted personal stories, but I'm pretty sure she had her personal story as well.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, there she is. Not even started her quest.
All right.
I don't really like any of the quests.
Oh my gosh. So she doesn't appear anywhere in the main story. And or the side quests or the world quests.
I believe her designs is one of the most least like favorable by the community.
Yeah.
I remember because there was this whole controversy, like, how she looks generic and badly designed. But I don't care about the looks, to be honest. Like, she seemed fine to me.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, she exists as a character in the A tier. Fair enough. Okay, we got Milani. Wow, Milani's an interesting character. Okay, Milani.
Well, we're starting now, starting the Natlan arc, and we're also going to be talking about probably their initial constellations a little bit, usually because they give like such an impressive vertical investment for them. But even at C0, the problem with her obviously is that the chomps that you have to make, they can be clunky often. The other thing is that while you do need pyro off-field application from other units, it's still a bit kind of weird to play it because she's scaling with HP. So if you're playing her together with Xiangling, that means you have to fix Xiangling's ZR issues. If you're playing her, then if you use Dia, as we mentioned, and then you go with Dia, then the other thing is that basically the damage unloading, especially against multiple enemies, and if they're even spread out a little bit, that means you're potentially losing one shark if you go around them. One shark bite, because you have to be really quick to unload all the shark bites.
Yeah.
The burst.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's one of those characters where her damage ceiling is like really, really high, and her damage floor, which mainly consists of skill issues, is very, very low. So because of that inconsistency, like she's kind of like Sethos, but does meta levels of damage instead of Sethos.
I wouldn't say Sethos, because Sethos is like mechanically challenging. In her, you have to react to the current situation.
Yeah, fair enough.
Estimate if you're gonna be making that risk.
Fair enough.
If you're thinking like if you're gonna be able to make the last chomp, but even besides that, like she still hits like a truck.
She does. Yeah. Okay, so S tier is fair for her. I think probably right around here is where I'd put her.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're stepping into Natlan. Like
everyone.
This is literally not even a spoiler alert. Like every Natlan is gonna be almost best in their element.
Except
Kachina, the Beyblade.
We've got the living Beyblade herself. got SS tier. And then we've got B, C, and D.
Somebody said in the chat, the Cinder City.
Oh. Hang on. We got to redo this poll. Okay, we have Cinder City, the character, SS, B, C, and D. There we go. So here we have the Cinder City, and if we were to rank just the artifact set alone, like just if the artifact set was a character, it would probably be in the B or C tier.
B tier because damage percent is not as valuable as shredding, basically.
Yes, like let's say a character only provided 40% bonus damage, aka they're just a walking Cinder City. Yeah, I mean that's Kachina's life. To be fair, she also does spend some Night Soul for Mavwika. So a very, very budget and ersatz Shilanin in the Mavwika team. We do have that, but yeah, that's the issue, is that this role is way too competitive, and she's not useless, so she doesn't belong in the D tier, so I think she goes in the C tier.
Yeah, and the other problem, because of Cinder City and Geo, usually there's not going to be another Geo teammate in the team, so there's going to be only maybe one, maybe two characters getting boosted from the other element. Whereas if you're playing Cinder City with, like, let's say, Auroran, it even benefits him. Like, his damage is not really that bad. Like, he still can output like 200, 300k damage.
Huh.
Which is pretty decent for an off-field character.
What about a really well-built Kachina? How much damage does she do? I actually no idea.
It deals exactly 1000 damage.
Bro, no way.
It's not great, man. It's not good.
No shot.
And you're not gonna give her like defense scaling polearm, because you still want to give her Fav Lance.
1000
team with the energy particles. So at least she's providing Cinder City buff and particles for the team.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just leave her as C tier. Okay, C tier. There were quite a few SS tier votes too. Very impressive. All right, we got Kanish next. I feel like Kanish could have been, the protagonist of his own anime.
I mean, he is voiced by Sasuke, so makes sense.
All right.
And the Ahau is voiced by Naruto.
Yeah.
And remember the sponsorship we did? The sweet.
Which one?
What are they called? Power bank. The power bank. Kanish power bank.
Oh, those guys. Yeah. Oh man, they treated you a lot better than me. I will say that.
But yeah, I mean, other than that, Kanish is really, really good. Dendro damage dealer, best of his element. Can play with a lot of units together, even though he's kind of limited by only burning or Burgeon teams, but mostly burning. He can play together with Mavwika, with Traveler, Pyro Traveler, with the forgettable face Emily,
Yansan.
Yeah, and if you grab first constellation, suddenly his skill hits for 100% more critical damage. I think it's 100%.
Yeah.
He's getting. It's like a pretty insane. And if you get the second constellation, now you have a free Deepwood buff.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's got a really disgusting scaling for vertically.
Yeah, he does. He's just good Dendro DPS character. My only issue is my concern for burning as a playstyle moving forward. But only time will tell. We'll just have to see if burning can survive the test of time.
And I also dislike his burst because it's mainly only used to extend the duration of his lasso tool or grapple hook.
Right.
He uses.
It doesn't do much.
The burst itself, it doesn't really contribute much damage. And I really hate the fact that timed content does not stop the timer when you use the burst, like in Withering Waves.
To be fair for Kanish, like when you use his burst, you can use it like right after you lasso, I believe. So that way, he's still gaining his thing well. And yeah, whatever. I'm just yapping now.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, so we have Shilanin. Okay, so we have Xiangling, and then C for cat tier. Okay, I will add. Oh no, what did I do? Okay, S, and then we'll just do.
I hope that 1 second preview of your files didn't just end your career.
Oh boy, let's see. Someone's gonna take a look at whatever saucy stuff is going on. Okay, so we have SS tier, S tier, C tier. Probably. I think everyone is going to be surprised that Gotcha Gamer and I are going to put her in the D tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, you guys voted Aloy SSS, so we're voting her as D tier.
Well, we're getting revenge.
Things out.
We're getting revenge
here. The universe
here.
must balance out.
Yes. For every reaction, there must whatever that saying is. Whatever reaction. Or whatever that saying is. But okay.
But yeah, she basically for me made it enjoyable to play teams again without having to do those stupid VV shred triggers. Maybe I just got bored of them after like almost 4.5 years. But the fact that you just basically switch to her E and 1-2 and switch out, because even the healing is not really relevant if you don't even need to use it if not in Farina team. And it's just super solid, like 40% Cinder City buff, 36% at max level, resistance shred, healing if needed, swords, premium swords you can use with her. She's just top tier. She's top tier support.
Just too universal. I think that's her strength, right? Because like, yes, in some teams, Sucrose amplifies damage more than her. In other teams, Kaz is able to double swirl. And you can keep going down the list, but the fact that she's so flexible with such few constraints and issues is what makes her so good, right? And she can also use, for example, Cinder City, Archaic Petra, instructors, and I love any good instructor user because these characters, if they're able to rock those 4-star artifacts and provide 6 elemental mastery rolls to your team for basically, well, it does only last for 8 seconds, so that's the problem. But still,
it's not a huge loss for her to be built with 4-star artifacts because don't really care too much about her defense being high. I mean, it's enough to have like a couple of thousand of it.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously, if you run her together like with another Cinder City user, usually it's with Silali if you're playing the meta team. It's really fitting for her to just go with instructor set and just get another easy buff, 120 EM.
Yeah. Big, giant Mavwikin nukes. Fantastic character. I like her design a lot. I think a lot of people didn't like her design. I think Natlan just went through kind of its controversial design arc phase. And then, but we are moving on.
Well, the fan service has definitely increased.
It did.
Look at those shorts she's wearing.
It did.
Mavwika's costume, the Gimp's costume.
Mavwika's. Okay. Chaska, let's go. All right, we got Chaska. Wow.
I really like Chaska. Like she's so fun.
Okay.
She's so cool.
Okay. No, she's a great character.
Like one of the coolest designs to make her into like a rainbow damage dealer.
Yeah, she's
and
great.
Because of the rainbow damage she deals, is like there's so many ways you can approach her team builds.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say that, you still have to use premium supports, obviously, to utilize that. Because without premium supports, her damage is like kind of okay. But with premium supports, they really power her up.
They do. Yep. No flexibility. She can use all the patch characters, many of which better than others.
Also, attack percent cups. Goblets
attack
finally
percent cups. Hey.
Yeah, you can finally. There were so many sitting in my account, and of course, I didn't get any good one.
Bro, you're telling me.
Don't show me good attack cup. I'm gonna go ballistic.
This is like my best one, and it's not that good.
God, Jesus Christ. It's good. It's like it's literally 40 CV at least.
Yeah, no, I want like 47 with EM roll too, bro. Like, come on. I spent like how much money on this fucking game? Oh my god.
Yeah, but you could probably open like a couple of food trucks with the amount of money you spend.
Dude, I could have made a down payment for a house, another house,
No. For the house you showed me, you're looking at.
Okay. No, like obviously like a cheaper house, right? But yeah, it's yeah, to be fair, yeah, house prices in the U.S. are kind of insane right now. So maybe not actually, maybe not. And you know
Oh, yeah,
what?
basically,
I
yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she's good. And oh wait, we actually got to place her. Did we place her?
S tier. Yeah.
Okay, did I place her for
Yeah.
S tier
People
here?
also
S tier? Okay, there
Yeah.
we go. So next character is Auroron. Very good character, especially for a 4-star. One of my favorite. You know what? The Natlan characters from a gameplay perspective have just been fantastic. I will say that. Except for maybe Kachina.
Yeah, Auroran, because he's Electro and Cinder City user, means that usually if you're running him in Chevy low teams, if there's another, well, usually there's going to be another, what's it called?
Electro
damage dealer. So yeah, both Pyro and Electro will be benefiting from it. Together with Chaska, he helps power up 2 of her colored bullets, maybe even 3. I think it's possible because he sometimes does that off-field attack. Remember when he does it, even when he's away. If it reacts with another element, I think it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Yeah.
Easy to build, easy to use.
Yep.
He's got everything. I think he's a solid S tier character.
Good against, for example, the Tenebris Papuya. Good against.
Oh yeah. Those shields that they have, those annoying bars, you have to increase.
Good against the hat, the sombrero man. Good with Aoife, Taser, Varissa, like you said, Overloaded, Chlorond, for example.
30% attack buff.
30% attack buff at C6. Elegy, he's able to use the Elegy very well. Are we missing anything?
Not even negligible personal damage contribution as well. Again,
reasonable.
100k easily.
Reasonable personal damage output. Yeah, very solid character. S tier, a bit high, but we have Fischl here, and I feel comfortable putting him next to Fischl. I feel like the two are fantastic and interchangeable. But yeah, Chaska being down this low, then we'll sort that a bit better. But chat thinks he's an A tier. Fair enough. I could see the argument for that as well. He also jumps really high too. That's important. That's very important. Okay, we got PMC now. PMC?
Did you unlock their C6?
No.
I knew it.
No. I'm working on it, okay?
I fully explored Natlan, I think. I only have like that new vacation island left to do.
I'm working on it. Let's see. How do I even check this? Yeah,
I think you actually gained the constellations from the captain.
Wait, where's... Yeah, right here. See? So I'm at 3,
Wow.
and then I need to do these 3 left.
I mean, you can... Yeah, you can just do the weeklies at least for the level.
No,
2
but you have to unlock level 1 to do the weeklies, so I still have to go unlock
but
this.
for level 2 and 3, the other ones, you can work on them at least.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Oh man, how did you guys all unlock this? It's crazy. It takes, man, it's really hard.
You have to play the game.
No, you have to. I play the game all the time, man. Oh man.
No, but you have to play the game how it's meant to be played.
Oh, you have to explore.
the world.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
To be fair, I do like exploring. I just haven't sat down and spent the time doing it. It's a shame. It is one of the best parts of the game. So, okay.
Well, yeah.
PMC.
Pyro Traveler. He's been they've been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
In terms of like working, mostly with Natlan teams usually.
Yeah. Cinder City, a bit of Pyro application as well. I'm not sure how long it lasts for, but I think it has some issues with Milani, but good enough for Kanish, obviously. Permanent Pyro anyway. Just any amount of Pyro is enough for Kanish. Let's see. What else? She can be used as a main DPS. You can use her as a main DPS, especially against like the Tenebris.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tenebris Papuya. Anything else? Yeah, A tier. I'm fine with A tier.
Yeah.
Probably around
I
here.
mean, it's like the most relevant right now, Pyro Traveler form. which is great because, like Hydro or Electro, that wasn't the case.
Yeah. Fantastic. I always forget that Electro Traveler exists. That is not a character. You cannot convince me that's a character, man.
Oh man, the next character is the worst.
Oh God. Okay. Okay. Oh man, where do we put her? You know, maybe A tier.
B tier.
B? You think? Oh, man, it's gonna be
B for big gym suit.
Okay. So we got our poll. All right, that was tough. That was a tough poll. Oh, only 77. Look, D tier. 17% in D tier.
If we make a video, can we just skip over and just leave her like assuming everyone understands she's at SS tier?
No, she just appears in SS tier.
For 1 second, and just so Mawika from the backside and just go to SS and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was easy enough. Come on, we don't even need to talk about her, do we? I mean, it's yeah. She is a character of all time.
To be honest, her only limiting factor is you have to play her with another Night Soul generating character.
Yeah,
that's her only like drawback.
I mean, no, you don't have to, right? Like you can just use her as an off-field E pyro applicator.
You can,
I guess.
you can use like even herself from the skill.
Yeah,
it's gonna be super slow.
Well,
realistically, you still gotta have to play with someone.
Yeah, yeah. Typically she does. Yeah, typically she does. I agree. Okay, Sitlali. All right. Yes, Mavwika is broken. Let's move on. Sitlali. I mean, I think we know where Sitlali is going to go, but this one might be a little bit more worth discussing in comparison to like Xiangling, for example. Because Sitlali is slightly more niche, but she is, of course, the best at her niche. Enables huge melts, 20% hydro and pyro resistance shred. She also enables huge melts, and she can equip the Thrilling Tales, Cinder City, and she enables huge melts. Oh, shield.
Actually, the shield, as funny as it is, I prefer using Sitlali instead of like Shenhe, especially when doing the weekly bosses, because you just ignore them. Or like even doing like when I was doing the turtle and forcing my way on Dire 6 against the turtle, I just used Sitlali instead of Shenhe.
Oh, yeah, because the turtle actually attacks a lot when it's in its
damage coming out.
Yeah.
Really relevant.
Right. Forgot about that.
And the only, I guess, drawback of her is that her cryo application isn't the best. And you can work around it, basically, like with Arlecchino, with Gaming. With Gaming, I guess it's kind of easy because but by the time you catch the lion, mini lion, or whatever he's called.
You mean the little bastard?
The little bastard, yeah. So it's fine, but yeah, she's basically like revitalizing melt teams.
Yeah.
By a lot.
No. Stellar character, but yeah, less people think she's SS than, for example, Furina or Xiangling or Mavwika. That makes sense.
I can see that. Yeah, but
more
in my
niche.
opinion, she's just there because, well, she's really valuable if you have her.
Yeah.
In terms of like boosting DPS ceiling.
Oh yeah. You'll hit levels of DPS you never could have imagined. Okay, Lan Yan. Lan Yan was perhaps one of my most contentious takes in my recent video. So we have Lan Yan. And we will divvy it up like this. So hopefully that will be a catch-all for her. Yeah, look, maybe I'm just biased against her, but I never felt like she was that crazy. Like, she's good. She's okay. But let's take a look at her usage rates. I'm actually curious.
I mean, the fact that she's a Catalyst, Shielder / also VV Shred user makes her already really solid. And the fact that the shield can infuse any of the 4 elements from Patch. So, I don't know. I mean, I think she's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, I would put her in A tier, to be honest.
Okay. She also has some unique setups, which is really cool. I think it's easier to double swirl Hydro and Pyro for example, Arlecchino Vape teams. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but that's my understanding of her. Like in comparison to, for example, Sucrose, right? In comparison to Sucrose. So yeah, she has some pretty interesting applications, and she's a unique character, pretty thick shield. And now that I kind of say all that, I can understand why she's an A tier. So I'm okay with that. Let's go. Let's keep going. Next character is Wow.
I mean, Mizuki.
Wow. Why?
If only her swirls worked when she's off field, but she has to be on field, and it just limits her team so heavily. Like, how many Anemo damage dealers do you have who can do like damage off field? Not many.
She is a character of all time, I will say that. Okay, so here's what I think about Mizuki. I think if you lost your 50-50 and you got her, I think she's a C tier character. Right? Like, it's not like she's like unusable or anything, but if you spend money and pull for her, that's where she's like, just please do not.
Yeah, but the problem with her is that you definitely need her to have multiple enemies. Like, let's say, for example, playing Nilo Bloom. Okay, multiple enemies is where she thrives, but even against single enemy, I guess maybe in the past it was kind of fine even to go against a single enemy. With her, single enemy, like no way. Like, you gotta have her against multiple enemies.
Yeah, you gotta have the double swirl.
How they heavily boosted the Abyss and how they made sure those enemies are like placed in such a way that you can easily hit them with multiple like AoE swirls.
Yes.
She's just not that great.
No.
And another problem is that if you play her in swirls, she's not able to do anything when she's flying around uselessly as a mate or whatever, as a waiter.
I think she's a therapist, right?
She's a psychologist or something, yeah.
Huh.
And the thing is, then you just have to use somebody from Hydro who can apply it from off field, and that means you have to use like Farina, but like, what is Farina giving you? Damage percent for swirls?
She gives you purpose for your healing.
Yeah, she can heal.
Slowly.
But then you have to make sure that you bring others who are like off-field damage dealers to benefit from the damage percent.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's probably D tier, but like with constellations, because they do scale up pretty decently at C tier.
Okay, look. Ultimately, you can just swap her on field, press left click, and swap her off
with TTDS,
with TDODS, with Viridescent and Veneer, and call it a day. Okay, she can still always do that. So
yeah, we did say that it's crazy for an Anemo unit to end up in D tier. So
wait, did I forget to move Lanyan? Wait, where was Lanyan? Do you remember what the community?
They voted A tier.
A tier, yeah, A tier. Okay. All right. So we got Mizuki. Community's putting her in the D tier. Ouch.
Not like her.
Ouch. Okay, Verissa's next. I like Verissa. She is fantastic. Okay. We have SS, SA, and C for cow.
Yep, she's really good both in Overload and in Xinyan teams.
Yep. And she can be used very well with Taser, too. While she's,
Now with Inefa, with Inefa and Lunar Charge, she can also be used quite well.
Taser.
So, she has 3 viable teams.
Yeah, and they're all pretty good, too. Yeah, they're all very solid. Overloaded, absolutely fantastic against the Tenebris Papuya, especially when paired with Auroron.
And Lava Statue.
And the Lava Statue, a great option for the Lava Statue. Great option for a lot of the fights right now, and makes sense why. I think she's a solid S tier character. Personally, I think she's better than the other S tier DPS characters.
Oh yeah, she's pushing the envelope for electro characters.
Yeah.
Electro DPS.
Definitely. Although, wow, a lot of people think she's SS. I can see the argument for that. Because, flexibility plus like second or third highest, right? Overall third highest damage in the game, thanks to Skirk. So you could make that argument. For sure. But okay, S tier, fair placement.
And, most importantly, a unique female model.
Yes.
Medium female model.
Finally, we're getting better model fidelity in Genshin Impact. Okay. Up next, we have Ion-san, the Onsoninator. Now, this is a character who is not practical for most people to have at Constellation 6. And this is one of those characters where it does matter a lot for her to be at Constellation 6. So keep that in mind. We are rating her at Constellation 6. So when you guys are voting, do remember that. Now, at Constellation 6, I think she's an easy S tier character.
I mean, even at Constellation 0, because of she's basically helping Natlan units to damage, and those Natlans will be moving a lot, like Varessa, Mavika. Like I don't think she would be ending up like in A tier.
Yeah.
Just because of
Kanish.
The thing with the buffs is that each of the constellation, as far as I remember, each of them are valuable for her. The best one, I think, is, if I'm not mistaken, C2.
I don't remember either. Yeah, C6, C2 are both good if I remember correctly.
C2 basically just gives you an always active 30% attack buff.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to use that E tap attack, I think.
Mm-hmm.
C1 restores energy. C3 is good for nothing.
Yeah, more healing?
Right? Yeah, no. Thunderbolt Rush is just skill damage, so whatever, it doesn't matter. But C4 basically makes it easier for those who move less. C5 boosts attack, and then C6 is the one that makes those characters who move a lot even benefit more from her. But in the end, even at C0, with Fab Lance usually, she's really solid for Chaska, for Mavika, for Varessa. For Kinich, she's just really solid.
Yeah.
Buffer. She's not second coming of Bennett because her healing is
poo.
As bad as my tier list back in the days, basically. So not good.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to the next one. Escoffier. Okay, man, this tier list is getting less and less exciting as we get to these characters.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired too. I'm getting pretty hungry. I think that's why. Blood sugar is getting a little low. My
girlfriend made food an hour ago, and it's just sitting.
Oh, geez. Okay, let's wrap it up. She has Kofi'd you with her food. I mean, we just know it. The next chef that's going to come out is also going to be broken. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks to Escoffier, we have freeze teams now.
Yay!
They didn't exist before.
Yay, freeze! Okay.
Yeah.
That was easy. Aoife. Okay, I'm curious to see what people think about Aoife, especially.
If I would be betting all my money, I would say people are probably gonna rate him at C, maybe B tier, but probably C.
Okay, we will we'll load it like this then. Bottom loaded for Aoife. I like Aoife. I would personally put him in A tier.
Is it because of Inefa?
Yes, Aoife is fantastic with driving Inefa, taser teams, etc. You can use him in a lot of fights. And if taser gets increasingly more relevant, Aoife can be your 4-star alternative to, for example, an on-field 5-star driver that might come out in the future. So that's how I feel about him. I mean, I like him a lot, but
I cleared both Fearless level 5 and then Abyss with him and Nefa.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he felt really, really solid.
He does feel really good. So that's what all those Kakosauruses said. Okay, B tier, I guess.
Without Neff, I would say he's C tier probably, but with Neff, he's B tier definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Easy enough. I agree with the B tier. So we have Skirk next, and Skirk is going to be an interesting one. I'll just put her right here for now.
Probably have the most unpopular take about her.
Oh boy, let's see. I'm ready, man.
I think I also said the same thing when I made the best divorced video.
Yeah,
I think that she.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think supposedly she's SS, but like, if you take away Escoffier, is she? Probably to most people because they're still like not maybe reaching the high ceilings with other characters, but I don't know. I mean, I can see her being SS. At the same time, you kind of need premium supports, but then when you think about Mavuika, you're also running premium supports with her, so...
Yeah, and even these days, Neuvillette is up here with his premium supports, right? Like, we're not talking about, like, the Long John Lee days or whatever, and stuff like that, so... Yeah. With Escoffier, she's definitely SS tier. And without her, you could definitely argue that she's S tier. And she has less substitutes. I think her issue is that she has less substitutes for Escoffier than, for example, Mavuika has for Xiangling, right? Just as one specific example. So that's kind of her issue. And yeah. And she is just a DPS character in the end. And if they release a new cryo DPS character, you know what's going to happen. Anyway, we have Dahlia next. Dahlia.
Venti's friend. Should we put him again together with Venti? Nah, I don't think he's B tier.
It's a bit high for him. He seems like a C tier character.
Like if there was no Skirk, he would be like even
low.
D tier.
Oh man, D tier. D tier for the community. My poor boy Dahlia.
I would keep him at C tier just because lots of people got Eshu Sword.
Oh yeah, the Eshu.
You play him together with Skirk. Skirk Eshu can utilize really well. I don't believe she has hit lag, so his attack speed buff is also relevant.
Yep.
I would probably give him C tier just because Skirk exists.
He was designed to be oops.
And he has really funny multipliers. You can also hit for like 1,000,000 damage a couple of times if you build him like with burst damage.
Yep.
And he tap skill.
And he can troll your friends. You can put the trampoline under their feet and bounce them in the air.
Oh yeah.
Like a model citizen. You know, Dahlia doesn't seem like a character who would do that, but I guess he does. Okay. Wow, it's split between C and D tier for you guys. Oh, D. Oh, man. I mean, which one do you want to pick for the community, man? You want C or D?
No, they just moved. It was 38. I saw it.
Make it D. D. Oh, what?
Again, 38. Press and pull.
Okay. Let's do. Oh, 39. Pulled ahead. D for Dahlia. Oh, wow. Good job, guys. You guys did it. That's called teamwork. Okay. Last character. Let's go. We've got a Nefa bot. I will ask you guys this. A Nefa.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I undervalued her a little bit back when I made the best of worst video, which was like a couple of weeks ago, maybe. And I think it's because I only played with her like at the start, and there was no relevant content for her at the time. And now we have the Stygian, we have the new Abyss, and we know that's the other guy units are coming up. And she also like made Aoife relevant. I think she's probably a solid A tier. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah. Me personally, I value her to be S tier. You know, just by owning her, you know, you can clear out all cactuses with sombreros in existence. And, you know, I think she has a positive future moving forward as well. So, shield, solid sub DPS. a rising new playstyle, and yeah, that's how I feel about her personally. Anything else? Is that it? Are we done?
Maybe let's try to rearrange if possible.
Okay, yeah. So what do you have in mind for rearranging characters?
I don't know. I mean, SS seems solid here. I don't think nobody needs to be moved here. An S tier. I don't think S tier needs to be moved around either.
Maybe Fischl will run down a bit.
If we're using the assumption that we're ordering them by relevancy, then yeah.
Maybe Kanish above Nahida or below?
I mean, probably. I would say that if I could just fuse their faces together, I wouldn't be be able to move one over each other. Because on one hand, Kanish is like good damage dealer for Dendro, but then Nahida is like enabling a lot of things for other teams.
Yeah. Do you feel like scooting Xingqiu, Xiangling down a little bit here is fine?
I wouldn't scoot them to the bottom of the S tier, no.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So we'll put Sucrose there, so that way she buffers them.
I would put at the bottom Iansan probably out of them. Because, like, again, Xingqiu is like, Jesus, he's like the glue for so many teams.
Okay, so something like this?
It doesn't matter if it's Natlan or if it's from 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. He's just used in a lot of teams.
Yeah, he is. Okay. Do you think Chevy is too high? I feel like she's not.
No.
No. Oh yeah, you argued she could be SS tier, so.
Yeah.
Okay. So A tier. I don't think Kokomi should be at the top of this, but. The order in A tier feels weird.
I mean, with the current situation, I'm just not sure if Nilo can fare well against a lot of content right now.
Fair enough. Yes, if we're looking at just current content, it'll be Raiden, Yaimiko. Yeah, I feel like Raiden, Yaimiko probably near the bottom of this, and with them Kuki too, because Kuki's just kind of like Raiden, just very similar to Raiden in terms of performance.
I would say Kuki is more similar to probably Nilo because again, it's just like Bloom teams.
Yeah. Maybe Emily up a bit because she's more relevant. So
yeah, I mean, thanks to Kenichi, she's relevant.
Yeah, and then we have Navi is probably too high, right? So we screw her. Zhongli is probably too high too, and Hu Tao maybe a little bit down. What about Xinyan?
I think she's fine at A tier, and I think she's almost bordering on S tier because of like how much value she brings to lower tier units and in Farina teams and with Varesa.
Okay. Maybe Mona towards the bottom of this too.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Probably Gaming next to Linny. Maybe he's a little bit better than Linny. I mean, it's pretty similar, right, between him and Linny. Beidou, Pyro Traveler. I mean, we are kind of going off of vibes here. So PMC, pull down. Wait, who's the water lizard? Oh, Nuvolette. Kokomi's S tier too high. Same for Hu Tao. Huh. Oh, I think they want to move. Yeah. People want to swap.
You guys worry about your Aloy, okay?
Yeah.
You have a lot of work to do yourselves. You have that unit. You will need to move around.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Man, you know what? Let's just call this semi-ordered list. It's not really an ordered list, right? Then we can just call it a day.
Totally.
Not ordered list.
I don't know. Ordering makes it finicky because
yeah. Okay.
It just takes. I think maybe in the future we can make few more tiers just to have them like exist in between them.
Yeah.
Some of the placements are a bit weird.
Yeah, we'll just mark it as unordered. We're gonna cop out. We're gonna cop out here. Okay. There we go. Unordered. All right. And we can zoom out. This way it'll show everything for us. And if I make my face a little smaller here, we can get our full end of Natlan tier list. Made by two very intelligent and handsome individuals who you should subscribe to. Not very articulate though. So, yeah. Okay. Verissa versus New.
I literally have zero energy to comment.
I know. I'm
just trying to think like of something to say, but like.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam.
Oh my God. Was this like 4 or 5 hours? We started at 8 o'clock.
Oh my
right?
gosh.
Jesus, 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hour tier list.
How will I edit this 5-hour video? Oh my God.
Man, just take like 1 minute from each character and you're already at over an hour.
Yeah.
Oh my God, brutal. Savage. Okay, so a lot of people are arguing about Neuvillette. All right. Here's the compromise. We'll just move Neuvillette to the bottom of SS tier because he's on sus watch, okay? Because I do feel like Neuvillette has aged quite a bit, and we are talking about C0 Neuvillette, okay? So is this an okay compromise, guys? Is this an okay compromise?
Hey, let us sleep.
Yeah.
Can we go? Are you happy?
Susful. Verissa SS. Oh yeah. Okay. Move Verissa up. You know what? I'm fine with that. On our tier list, we'll move Verissa up. Okay. What do you think? Gotcha.
Fine.
Yeah.
I mean, she is one of the top 3 DPS units.
Yeah. And she's a lot more flexible than someone like Skirk. So, okay. All right. That's compromise, guys. That's compromise. Neuvillette still gets to stay here, barely. And Verissa, we move up. So, okay, everyone. That wraps it up. Anything else you want to say, man? Or are we good?
The most reliable tier list, guys.
Yeah.
Since 1.0.
We need to rank tier lists in a tier list, and I would put your tier list in the SS tier. That's for sure.
Which one?
The first one.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's a good one, man. It's a good one. I mean, it got like 2 million views or something crazy.
It doesn't matter how many views if it's a shit tier list.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. They want Aloy in SS tier, but I feel like we have to.
We're not going to be answering for their mistakes.
No.
This is your fault, guys.
Yeah. You guys are responsible for this.
I told you guys to not do this like multiple times. You didn't listen.
And now look at what happened. So, okay, all right, guys. That wraps up the tier list and this video. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Gotcha Gamer, for joining me. And yeah, be sure to subscribe to him.
Thanks for reminding me.
And no, it's good.